What's up, everybody? How's it going? How is it going? Super late night live. How's it going, everybody? Who do we have here? What's up, everybody? We're just gonna wait for a few people to get in because I know it's really late. I wasn't planning on doing a live at all. I just wanted to come on and hang out. Cindy from sunny South Florida. Ronan is here. What's up, Ronan? Dubs is in the house. Priya. Hi, Priya. How are you? You'll chill for a bit? Sounds good, Ronan. Hang out. Hang out if you'd like. Who else we got in here? Let's go ahead and turn on some of these comments. 808. South London's in the house. Ghost of Bandera. Alexa's here. How's it going, you guys? How you guys all doing? I'm super exhausted, and it's barely Monday. 6:30 a.m. fully nocturnal now. Damn, 808 TV. This is pretty early for you. No, it's late. It's late. You haven't slept yet, I'm sure. Ava, how's it going? Oh, we got a few people in here. Priya just got home from work. So late. What industry do you work in? You have to work so late. I know, Cindy, it's 1:30 over where you're at in South Florida. Military Ma, good evening. How are you? No, Ava, not me. No. I saw that, who just got Priya said she just got off of work. So that's crazy. Mac Dizzle, what's up, Vegas? PNW is in the house in the PM. Have you guys seen the new photos? Angie, how's it going? Joy, Joanne, Michigan's in the house. You guys were streaming in horizontal and vertical, so if you don't like the view that you're in, you guys can switch on over. Pick your favorite view. That's our logo there, you guys. Alberta, Canada. Ooh. Where is that? Is that like central, more east? I don't know my Canadian provinces, so I have no idea where that is. Ooh, let me stop this really quick and start this one. Michigan is in the house. You guys have, oh, Cindy, you haven't seen them? Well, let me show you one of them because there have been a ton of Celeste Rivas Hernandez photos that just came out. They were just released on Reddit, and they're photos of her from her yearbook. Apparently, somebody who knew Celeste kindly shared them on Reddit, and they've been getting a lot of attention. Let me just show you one of them right now. This is one of them, and we'll get through a few of them. So sad looking at these photos. You see. Here's another one. Might as well just go ahead and show you all of them right now that we're here. So you guys, really quick, tonight's video, I really just came on to, I absolutely know where British Columbia is. Alberta is the province next to it, east, okay. That's awesome. So basically, you guys, I have like 2 videos lined up that I just want to kind of watch and react with you guys, get your thoughts on it, and then I found a new court document that was posted April 30th, which we'll review as you guys can see by the thumbnail. It basically states David's parents will not testify, right? But we'll get into that. Coco Mom, dropping gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Coco Mom. Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Right, Ronan, right? It's crazy because this is just a couple or a few years before she meets this monster. Nordica, how's it going? Welcome. Coco Mom, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. I don't know. Let's see who got them. Somebody got them. Let's see. There's a ton of people that just got them. G.I. Jane, J. Wells, Taco Tuesday, Tammy, Abigail, Buffy, Tropics, JB, Susie, Crystal, Pistol, Shooting Stars. Welcome to the Inner Circle, you guys. Thank you so much for your kind donation and support of the channel. Kokomo, we appreciate you. Yeah, you are. See, I told you, Kokomo, you are supposed to be sleeping right now. So here, let me show you this one. And you guys don't mind the quality of these photos because they did come out of a yearbook, right? So somebody snapped a few photos of them and then just uploaded them to Reddit. So we're sharing them with you guys. How crazy. Look at these photos. Coco Mom just gifted another 10 memberships. Well, thank you so much. I don't even think we have enough members in here to receive them. Just Jaylene, iMarch, Naughty Nikki, Mason, Superfly, Lexus T, Val's Panda, Abraham's in the house. What's up? And Joey. Joey received a gifted membership. Aw. Thank you so much, Coco Mom. I appreciate you. It's telling Mama Flo she should be resting. Mama Flo said not when FloJo's on. Oh, thanks, Mom. Thanks, Mom. Well, you guys, what do you guys think of these photos? Look at this one, you guys. How adorable. Kim Wells, how are you? Donna Clark, welcome. How adorable is this photo of her? Yeah, it's so sad. Here's another one that maybe we can. Oh, this is so cute. Her jacket's so cute. Donna Clark, you're welcome. Well, you can thank Coco Mom because she's the one who's gifted. She looks annoyed with the photographer. I know, right? Like, take the picture already. You can see some of these photos. It looks like she's getting older in some of them, right? Like this one, you can see she's. I mean, obviously, I don't know how old she is in any of these photos, but she's no older than 14, right? Look at this one of her. Ah, Kim Wells, thank you so much. We love you. She was just a baby, right, Alexa? Normally, yeah, in the U.S., normally schools have a yearbook for all the grades, all the active grades at their school. You can purchase them and whatnot. Well, Kim Wells, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. I know. I am totally in. Sometimes I wake up and would, think like, oh, maybe this is just a dream and she's still here, right? But wake up with the bad news and realize, no, this is real. I think we have 2 more photos to share. This one right here, I feel maybe she looks, I don't know. I won't say the oldest in all of the photos, but her hair is longer. I don't know how old she is. How old was she? What grade was she in? 7th grade? Probably like a 5th or 6th grade photo of her. and then this photo right over here. So this one right here in Rabbit's chat, if you guys were here earlier, or if you guys were in Rabbit's chat earlier, Rabbit was pointing out that this is one of the only photos that we've probably seen where she's smiling. Crazy, crazy, right? So I have two videos. One video of Sidebar with Jesse Weber. They're going to be reviewing a few topics that we've already covered a long time ago, right? And this video is barely making its way around the internet. Nikki, how's it going? Good morning. Good morning. Where are you watching from? It's 10:41 p.m. over here in LA. First Liberties Podcast. What's up, Joe? How's it going? How's it going? No, you're not late. We were just showing photos of baby Celeste. Some photos that actually came out. This might be one of her more recent ones. I don't know. It's either got to be that one or this one. But I think it's really this one. That might be her most recent one. Just in time. Yeah, you guys. Who gifted you a membership? Just Jaylene. It was Coco Mom. Coco Mom gifted memberships. Coco Mom gifted 20 memberships so far, and we've only been on for 12 minutes. So shout out to Coco Mom. 1:41 a.m. in Miami. So let me go ahead and get this video started. You guys have probably already seen it. I've seen a little bit of it earlier today, but obviously want to react to it with you guys. So we're going to go ahead and do that, right? Do me a favor before we get started. If you guys can drop a purple Justice for Celeste emoji in the chat. I hate that StreamYard will not show my custom emojis. I think the prosecution is releasing these young pictures to taint the jury pool, as well as repeatedly saying, see Sam in court, although I believe he's far from innocent. That could be very possible, right, Donna? Let's go ahead and jump right into this, right? Jesse Weber put out this video, and then we're gonna watch a video that I think his name is Murad Meraldi put out. And this is basically his concerns over the private investigator, Steve Fisher, who has been on this case since day one. We're going to see what he has to share. I guess he has some concerns because some of the stuff that SF may be putting out. So we'll check that out right after, right? Let's get into it.
There are a lot of updates for you in the case of David, the singer accused of murdering 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Her father speaks out about their purported relationship, more questions about this Santa Barbara trip, cell phone evidence, and was David caught on camera apologizing for the smell of a dead body? Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
And so the video that he's referencing, right, before we continue, is the video of Sakura, not Sakuna, because later on in this video, you hear Jesse Weber refer to the person's video as Sakuna. Thank you so much, Barbara Bish. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for hanging out. Have a good rest of your evening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sakura is the girl's name, and she's often known as being the ex-girlfriend of Jason Deween, who's a popular streamer on Twitch. They're no longer together, but we'll continue.
Okay, so we have more on the latest in the criminal case against David. 21-year-old singer David Anthony Burke, who is currently charged with first-degree murder, continuous sexual abuse of a child under 14, and unlawful mutilation of human remains out in Los Angeles. This is all in connection with the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who, as we know, was found dead, dismembered, decomposed, reportedly found in David's Tesla at a Hollywood tow yard back on September 8th of last year. He has entered a not guilty plea. Always important to remember that he is innocent until proven guilty, and I've been saying that for the last, week, 2 weeks, because the allegations against him are not.
It's funny because this photo right here, I don't think this is David. I think this is his brother what's his brother's name? Caleb. MacDizzle, my email, flojotv@gmail.com. FLOJOETV@gmail.com.
Not only so serious, but also potentially so damning. I mean, the evidence, we've gone through at least 2 episodes where we've broken down what the purported evidence is from prosecutors against him. So what I want to get into today are some updates from the alleged Santa Barbara trip to cell phone evidence to a statement from Celeste's father. A lot more information I want to get into. And to just put it into context, and again, I'm not going to repeat it all here. I did previous sidebars on all this. You can check it out on Law and Crime's YouTube page, where I laid out all the potential evidence that prosecutors claim they have against David. But basically speaking, we are talking reportedly forensic, digital, testimonial, surveillance evidence. And essentially, the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office claims that David was in an illegal sexual relationship with this 14-year-old girl, that it happened ever since she was 13, that she threatened to expose him, would destroy his career, invites her over to his place in LA, gets her a ride share there, all the way from Lake Elsinore, allegedly quickly kills her once she arrives. Remember, multiple penetrating injuries. That's according to the forensic report, right? The ME's office. And then reportedly proceeds to sloppily dispose of her body by allegedly dismembering her and buying items online to help with the disposal. Prosecutors have referenced shovel, chainsaws, body bag, laundry bags, a blue inflatable pool, that he allegedly made these purchases under a fake name, Victoria Mendez. Brutal crime. Brutal crime. All right. Now, when I say updates, I want to turn to a lot of these, and I'm not going to do it alone. I want to bring on somebody we haven't had in quite some time. Actually, I don't think we've had him on since David was arrested and charged and all of this potential evidence has been revealed. Retired Detective Matt Irvine joins us. Matt, good to see you. You and I had been breaking down this case for a while before David's arrest. So, but even before I go into the updates, I just am curious, 2 questions for you. A, what do you think of all the evidence, generally speaking, that investigators have been able to collect in this case so far, as laid out in the prosecution's brief? And B, this is an interesting part because I heard Harvey Levin from TMZ talk about it last week.
Thank you, Mike.
That he says it's almost unusual at this point in the case that prosecutors are, in fact, laying out a lot of what they have, or almost everything that they have, in this preliminary hearing brief. So 2 parts. A, what do you think of the investigative work, the potential evidence? And B, is it unusual at this point in the case that authorities are revealing what they have?
First of all, yeah, Jesse, thank you for having me back on to discuss these really important and tragic updates in this case. First of all, to your first question, I think the investigation that's been laid out 100%. So far has been thorough. It's been outstanding. The breadth and depth of investigation and evidence that's been hinted at so far by the LA District Attorney's Office is truly impressive. And I really have to hand it to LAPD and the DA's office for being willing to stand in silence and take the blows that they've been taking over these last 6 or 7 months, with all the folks saying, what are they doing or why aren't they doing anything? And it was very clear that they weren't able to talk about what they were doing, but they've clearly been doing a lot, and probably from the moment that Celeste's body was discovered in the Tesla. As to your second question, it is unusual to have this much evidence laid out by the prosecution this early in the case.
And so apparently the tactics that the prosecution pulled, I guess, was basically, making this preliminary brief available for the public to see. And the defense, we learned very early on after this the status conference, that the defense was trying to get this sealed. They didn't want it to get out. But it made its way out, and boy, oh boy, this 9-page document is just, it's so gruesome. We reviewed some of it in, I think, maybe 1 or 2 lives ago, but this really kind of laid out the whole entire timeline and kind of showed the motive behind everything that happened. And it showed, discussed a little bit of the evidence that we were talking about, like, him purchasing the chainsaws, the shovel on Postmates and whatnot. What else? The inflatable pool, the heavy duty laundry bags. All of that was laid out, and it gave us very specific timeline in regards to when and how this stuff was committed. Gruesome I don't even know what to say.
Preliminary hearing is
Before I go
really
out,
just
how's it going?
that. It's a bare bones showing of the evidence by the prosecution simply to convince a judge that there is probable cause, which is a fairly low standard, to proceed with the prosecution. So they are definitely front loading their evidence in this case.
And the preliminary hearing is scheduled now for the end of the month. It was supposed to be last week. And, you know, to me, my cynical version of this is there's been a lot of criticism, a lot of commentary, and a lot of spotlight put on authorities in this case about how thorough the investigation.
No worries, DJ Sino Yule. You're good. Don't even worry about it. But I mean, we'd love to help if there's anything that we can do.
Is how accurate the investigation is there a disagreement between the Los Angeles PD and the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office? So to see this potential breadth of evidence, how much they have, in my opinion, I wonder if it's a sign to the public, let us do our jobs, look what we have, look at the case that we're building. All right, real quick, before we go any further, for all you cat owners out there, who doesn't want their cat to be healthy?
My God. Okay. Ads. Let's go right over here.
I'm going to get into the updates. And the first thing I have to talk about is this Santa Barbara trip. We've talked about this before on previous sidebars, really was illuminated a lot in the prosecution's brief that was filed in anticipation of this preliminary hearing. I'm going to talk about why I'm mentioning this again. There's an update to it. So just going from the brief to provide some context, it says, despite knowing she was dead and her family was trying to find her, the evidence will show defendant lied and claimed he didn't know where she was. In fact, defendant drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim died, attempting to dispose.
So, you know, after reading this brief over and over again, I'm very curious to know what evidence they actually have to support the fact that she actually died as soon as she got to the house, right? Because the quote unquote window of opportunity for David is in between 10:10 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. 10:10 marking the time that she arrived to the house, and 10:30 being the time that he sent the fake text messages asking where she was at, right? So there's a lot of debate, a lot of confusion, a lot of question in regards to where she was actually killed and when, right? When and where, because there's some confusion. Some people, you know, believe that it didn't happen in the house. Some people do believe. So I don't know. Right. There's got to be cameras or something else that they haven't disclosed. I can't help but wonder, right? Joanne says, I realize that he uses dropping a dump to explain the smell, but it's pretty ironic considering that he doesn't seem to look like he believes that this crap that his crap don't stink, right? Yeah, this guy walks around with his nose in the air. So I mean, for all we know, David thinks this shit smells like rose petals, right? Somehow they know that she showed up to the Hollywood Hills home, right? And I'm assuming they obtained Uber records that basically show that the ride was completed at 10:30, right? I'll share a story about a friend who was taking an Uber, right? And this happened, I want to say, actually, I don't know when it actually happened, but I do remember her posting a story on her Instagram. This is nobody related to the case, right? But it's scary story because basically what she was saying was that her Uber ride or the driver had an additional person who was sitting in the front seat of the car. They appeared to be like a husband and wife. And she's a very popular DJ out here in Los Angeles. And so she goes and DJs at the clubs every weekend. When I say like Saturday. And basically, like, she was saying that her Uber driver was taking a different direction and just kept making different turns. And they were pretending that they didn't speak English. And it got to a point where she had to literally, basically what she had to do is literally jump out of the car as it was moving, right? And she was basically in fear that she was going to get kidnapped and possibly trafficked, right? So I'm not I'm not saying that anything happened in this case with Celeste, but I will say that this story that she told me just completely reminded me of this situation. And yeah, it was just crazy. If I can find the video, I don't know. She posted it as a story, so I don't know if it was an actual video, but if I can find it, I'll definitely share it with you guys so you guys can understand, the experience that she went through.
Dispose of her property and destroy evidence. At approximately 11:30 p.m. on April 23rd, 2025, he drove away from his home as he texted and called the victim's phone asking where she was. Again, these were acts calculated and planned to set up his defense within a very short timeline after the victim's vicious murder. Defendant drove his Tesla north on the 101 freeway to San Marcos Pass Road, SR 154, near Lake Cachuma in Santa Barbara County. He returned home early the following morning on April 24th, 2025, before going to a radio interview for the release of his album.
The evidence of Celeste entering David's house after being dropped off. Unfortunately, at this time, we, the public, are not aware of any of the evidence that law enforcement might have, but we can only assume, right? And we know what happens when we assume. It makes an ass out of you and me. But we can only assume that law enforcement, the DA, they have more evidence that they're probably going to discuss once the preliminary hearing comes along. But as far as evidence that we know, there's nothing, right?
That week, he sent 2 additional texts to the victim's phone that day.
First Liberty's podcast is saying if the Uber driver says he saw her go inside, then that is enough. So if the Uber driver said he saw, we don't know, right? Maybe the entrance to the house or that door was open. She walked in and it closed. Maybe the garage door was open. She walked in and it closed. But we won't know, right? I mean, we'll soon find out. But currently, at the moment, we don't know.
Which obviously went unanswered because she was already dead. After April 26, 2025, defendant never attempted to contact her again. I've said this before, that if that's true, if the prosecution can establish that, that's bad, because if he's going to claim he had nothing to do with it and he had this whatever connection to her whatsoever, even if...
Isn't it weird, right, that Lenny Smith, thank you for becoming a member of the Inner Circle. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Inner Circle. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. We appreciate you. But don't you guys think that it's so weird that this man who we've seen, right, basically so obsessed with this girl, only send one text message? Where are you? I mean, that doesn't sound like somebody who claimed to love Celeste, right?
Very least a friendship. Prosecutors are saying it was an illegal sexual relationship. Never tries to contact her again after she goes missing. So again, that's an important allegation. Then it says, on May 8th, 2025, defendant returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home at around 11:30 p.m. He returned to the area again on May 31st, 2025. This is an isolated site off SR 154 where the victim's identification was subsequently discovered in January 2026. Additionally, on July 7th, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered a burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate evidence.
Okay, so he bought the burn cage specifically to incinerate evidence. Okay. I don't know why I must have missed that. So his whole goal of getting the burn cage was to burn evidence, not to particularly make her remains disappear, I guess. So that's something that I must have forgotten. But you guys, what do you guys think these 3 trips to Santa Barbara consisted of? Because we know that he went on April 23rd, which is immediately after the incident supposedly or allegedly occurred, right? He returned on May 8th in the same exact area, leaving his home around 11:30 p.m. And then he returned once more on May 35th. So this is 3 trips to the same spot. You're right, Abraham. Well, her remains would be evidence, right? So very true, very true. But they don't specify the her belongings versus her remains. So you're right. You're right. It could definitely be her in particular, right?
A burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate evidence. Defendant's cellular activity and communications derived from defendant's iPhone and Tesla, which demonstrate defendant's activities from April 22nd, 2025 to April 24th, 2025, including a trip to Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night after.
Rufio says unless they weren't as close anymore and just had an open relationship. I mean, that's always a possibility, right? But to me, I feel like that was hard to believe. I think Celeste, in the document, she was stating that she wanted something more than just having sex. She just wanted more for herself, right? And she was the documents say that she was threatening his career, right? She was jealous because there were other girls. Can you imagine who the other girls were, though? And them testifying, I don't know. Who do you think these other girls could possibly be? Maybe some of these are, some of these girls are people that we've never even heard of before. I'm pretty sure. You're right. You're right, Abraham. There is no relationship, right? Asia Collins, Celeste Herrera, and the video girls. So maybe is it the Cat's Eye girls? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anybody from Cat's Eye, but yeah, it could be any of the girls that were in his music videos too, right? Except for that one that came out and said, I despise him. She hates, no, she didn't say hate, right? But she is not friends with David Anthony Burke. Rumor was David and Asia dated, but that is what's weird, and they were better off as friends. It got weird. Well, I mean, the celebrity lifestyle, if you're young, it could go fast, right? And, obviously you're going to gain a lot of attention. It's very weird. Hannah Bang. I've heard that before. I've heard that before too. Right, but right now we don't know.
After the victim arrived at his Hollywood Hills home. Why am I talking about that? What's the update? Steve Fisher. We've had him on the program multiple times. I've had him on Jesse Weber Live on News Nation. He's the private investigator who was hired by the owner of the property where David was staying that was allegedly near where the Tesla was found. He was tasked with looking into this. He's currently on another search right now, by the way. But he took to X, and he also added some new aerial photos. And he said in his post, quote, on Friday, May 1st, I spent the day in Santa Barbara County off SR 154 in the area.
Yikes. And he said maybe it wasn't another girl. It could have been his friend whose name starts with an N. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even, at this point, I don't even know where he fits into all of this, right? Because 2-3 months ago, he was one of the primary suspects, right next to David. But the court documents don't mention anything about him. Maybe, just maybe, he received potential immunity after testifying. But I think, we're going to have to be patient and wait for the preliminary hearing or to the trial to find out who actually testified. TMZ ran an article a couple of weeks or months ago that said Neo did not plead the fifth, right? So that is to assume that on his first testimony, because we don't know how many times he testified, right? But the first time that he went in to testify in front of the grand jury, he was only there for 30 to 45 minutes or 40 minutes. I don't know, 30 or 40 minutes, one of those.
Area where Celeste's passport card was found by a Caltrans worker. I captured high-resolution drone imagery of the area. Once I finish my current search.
Actually, Redondo Beach, that's a great point that you brought up, right? Because this was something that Mark Garrigo said very, very early on, right? The cell phone triangulation is going to show exactly who is there at the house around the dates that she died. So that is, we're going to find out. We're definitely going to find out.
mission in the Grand Canyon, I will process the imagery through the detection analysis programs we use. The area is covered by license plate readers. The specific area where he appears to have pulled off SR-154 has a gate that is closed from sunset to sunrise, so his car would likely have had to stay relatively close to SR-154. There are trails that lead down to the water, so someone could dispose of a chainsaw or other evidence there. Given how small and weak David is, I do not believe a chainsaw or other heavy evidence would be far into the water. The water is clear, and I was able to see several feet into it with the drone. I have a couple thousand high-resolution images from the area to process. I have attached a few low-resolution preview images to give an idea of the terrain. Hashtag Celeste Rivas Hernandez, hashtag David. Before I go any further, Matt, you tell me what you take away from that.
Well, the first thing you talked about, his activities in the immediate aftermath of Celeste's killing, I think are really telling, because I think they defeat any argument that this was an accident, an overdose, or even some crime of passion. It really speaks to what the prosecution is alleging in their special circumstance allegation of lying in wait, which is that he lured her to his home with the intention to kill her.
True.
The reason I say that is an accident, a crime of passion, it would be hard to imagine that somebody would have the presence of mind in the minutes afterwards to essentially stage an alibi for themselves by sending multiple texts to a person that they just killed. And then to then immediately, within minutes or hours of her death.
Tammy, well, not just Zerks, right? I want to know, where was Rob? Now, let's not forget, right, that Rob testified in the grand jury for almost a total of 3 days, you guys. Apparently, this guy was grilled. And what was his reaction when he came out of the courtroom? Is I just wanted the show to continue, right? That was his response. Kind of fishy, right? But if he had any involvement, is there a possibility that he may have received immunity due to everything that this guy must have known every single thing about David's moves, right? There's rumors, there's speculation on if Rob may have lived in the mansion. I can tell you that it's not confirmed, but there is a belief that maybe Rob may have lived at the mansion and possibly may have been occupying the master bedroom.
Drive all the way to Santa Barbara County to dispose of some kind of evidence. Again, speaks to this being a premeditated crime and not an accident or a crime of passion. He was just too busy, too calculating, too quickly after her death for this to be anything other than a premeditated homicide. As to the multiple trips, and I think...
Yeah, Cat's here. There really is no confirmation, and maybe that confirmation may come out with law enforcement, but there is belief. There is a belief. I can tell you there's a very strong belief from a very reliable source that Rob may have lived in that mansion. But the reason why I say that is because I've been told that David did not occupy the master bedroom. And if that's supposed to be David's home, don't you think that he would consider occupying the master bedroom? Which is weird, right? But not only that, the master bedroom, you know, that bathroom that they were filming that 4th of July video with Sakura, that bathroom was full of feminine hygiene products. And that I can confirm, right? With my source. So I don't know. And there's also speculation and belief that Neo may have spent a significant time in that house as well, right? There's another room in the house, particularly the maid suite, and it's believed that Neo may have occupied that bedroom.
That also ties in with the multiple online orders that we're seeing evidence of. It seems like in the days and weeks following her killing, he engaged in a lot of activity to try to cover up what he did and to dispose of Celeste in a way that would make it harder for this child remains to be found or identified.
I'm glad you made that point. I talked about this on a previous sidebar. And by the way, Harvey Levin talked about it too in his own analysis that, like, look, there's no witness testimony as far as we can tell. There's no surveillance footage of the actual alleged killing. So what happened behind closed doors?
Well, we don't know that, right? What we do know is that there has been in the past a camera that has been placed down in the garage. We don't know if that camera has lived in the garage or if it was just set up just to be there for that particular live stream that he did with Cat's Eye. But we do know for sure there was a camera down there when he had that little arcade stream.
And could that be room for reasonable doubt? I've seen cases before where somebody is acquitted of a murder, but actually convicted of the disposal of the body. So it's two separate things. But the fact that the timing of this is key, either, let's say, there was some sort of altercation, something happened in the house, whatever it is, that it wasn't a premeditated murder, she dies, and then either you just think so quickly about how to do all this, or it's, like you said, the evidence may suggest this was planned. There was thinking going into this.
It's a funny comment. All I know is he's a failed stand-up comic. Right? We've seen that. We saw that video before he wiped out his Instagram. Unfortunately, Neo is no longer present on social media. I'm assuming that once he possibly testified, he was clear to wipe everything out. I guess law enforcement may have gotten a hold of everything they needed.
So it is interesting, Matt, to think about why not purchase everything beforehand? The bags, the inflatable pool, the chainsaw. Why did that all come afterwards?
Well, again, there's a lot that we don't know yet, but I think the timing is critical in terms of, and correct me if my dates are a little bit off, but as I recall, the text exchanges in which she essentially threatened to expose him came within something like
that's true
48 hours of her last visit to his home and her killing. So I think it's quite possible that the decision to kill her came in response to those threats to expose him, those threats to his career. And that's
and that's a good point, right? We have no idea the conversation they had back and forth while she was in the car on the way there, right? I think if and when this thing goes to trial, more evidence is going to come out, text messages, the transcripts are going to be released, and we're going to see exactly the kind of conversation that led up to Celeste's demise, right? Now, he could have made up his mind as she was on the way down to the house. We don't really know, but I think until those text messages come out, we're left to kind of paint our own picture. But I definitely believe that there was some sort of not altercation, but just some sort of back and forth via text messages while she was on her way down there.
Again, why the LADA's office has put the special circumstance allegation that this was done to kill a witness and for financial gain. Financial gain in this case being his career.
808, you're talking about Neo? Is that who you're talking about? I think Neo is originally from here. His biological parents, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, are no longer married. They are separated, and his father lives in Austin, Texas, and the mother, I believe, has multiple properties. So she lives out here in the valley, and I believe she also has a home in Montana with her current boyfriend. Oh, Obsidian, what's up, Obsidian? Obsidian said, people speculate because his manager and stuff are speculated to be with him daily, if not living in that home as well, especially Rob. Correct, right? And being a day-to-day manager, you have to basically know your every move of your artist, right? Not only do you have to make sure a sound check is good, or you have to make sure the Uber rides and the flights are good, you have to make sure that your artist that you're managing is taken care of. So, I mean, if there's a space for him to stay, I think, he probably had a spot at that mansion, made everything easy for him, right? But not only that, we know that Rob Morgenroth's red Tesla was parked inside the garage. So he was there. Inca says, I have a question. I don't know about American law, but how can the parents not testify? Can they just say no? Here in my country, if they order you, you have to go. Is that different in the US? So, if I'm not mistaken, there was a subpoena for the family to testify. And because they are from out of state, California had to communicate with the Texas courts, and they basically showed them documentation that basically stated there's a reason we want the family to testify in California because we find them to be a material witness that could provide us a lot of information that would help the case. The issue and the complaint from the parent, right? And we know because they filed a writ of habeas corpus, which is basically saying like their rights have been infringed upon. And the reason why they filed the writ of habeas corpus is because they were saying that they wanted to see the evidence. They wanted to see the material. However, California sent the Texas courts the unredacted documents, but only provided, I guess, the family with the redacted versions. And so the family is basically saying, like, how can we defend ourselves if we have no idea what you're going to be questioning us about? Essentially.
Frankly, have not seen these allegations used in this way. Usually murder for financial gain, we think about, murder for hire.
Well, I think at this point, and we'll go over the document, right? Because the teams found some documents that basically have stated that the family no longer has to testify. And the reason why is because the grand jury is no longer around. Right now, this could possibly change. And we'll maybe we have First Liberty's podcast here that can kind of go over the legal jargon. Technically, they were supposed to testify, but they appealed to multiple courts and one allowed the subpoenas to stay. Therefore, they have to wait for the appeal to go through. Now, we can kind of just jump into this really quick, right? Let me just see. Because we have a document here, and I haven't seen anybody talk about this yet. Let me just make sure that I turn this off, right? Because this is the point of the whole thumbnail, right? And First Liberty's podcast, this is where you're going to step in and help, because I don't understand the legal jargon about all of this, but I mean, I basically have an idea. I'll read it, and then Joe, if you don't mind, you can help translate. But it says the subpoenas that give rise to the writ application, in this case, required attendance at the court setting in California that has since passed. The issue regarding the propriety of the subpoenas is now moot. Let me just make sure this is bigger. I join the court's decision to deny leave to file the original habeas application because there is no longer any restraint against the applicants. Here's the underlying problem. The California prosecutor seeking to subpoena residents of Texas submitted a subpoena to secure the attendance of the applicants. Along with that subpoena, the California prosecutor also included information from a California grand jury establishing the materiality of the witnesses, but under seal. The Texas prosecutors receiving the subpoena redacted the grand jury information, presumably because of Texas law that requires grand jury proceedings to be secret. However, the Texas prosecutor submitted the unredacted information to the trial court without providing that unredacted information to the applicants or their attorney. Here's the solution. The prosecutors from both states need to coordinate on how to include information establishing materiality of the witnesses from sources other than information that was discovered during grand jury proceedings. Information from an investigating officer, for example, would not need to be submitted under seal or redacted. If the prosecution does that, this issue will not repeat. And if they don't do that, then we can address the issue at the next round of subpoenas, assuming they even issue and the applicants file a new writ application. But right now, there is nothing for the original writ of habeas corpus to remedy. With these thoughts, I join the court's ordering denying leave to file. All right, First Liberty's podcast. This is where you come in and translate. Obsidian, if you want, I can send you these docs if you want them. I don't know if they'll be helpful, but I mean, this is definitely not something that I've seen anybody talk about yet. So, and then there's 3 different ones, right? This one's a little bit longer, but I think they're basically going into just the details on the specific dates for all the Superior Court issued certificates, all the applications. So, where's First Liberty's podcast at? Where are you at? Should I drop the link and have you on here or what? Or did you leave? Where's First Liberty's podcast? Oh, you're listening. Okay. I hear you. But there were 3 separate documents that we found basically stating the same thing, right? Let's see. Yeah, the case basically got thrown out because it was too late and nobody's actually being so hold on. First Liberty's podcast is saying sounds like the petition to the higher court was denied. Yep. So what will happen next, First Liberty's podcast? Let me send you up here if you want to join us. I'm gonna send you the link. You can come and join us if you'd like. So what do you guys think, you guys? Now, there's always a possibility that there may be new subpoenas that are sent out for the family. And again, they're going to have to go through the process of... Wait, hold on. DJ See No Evil. Man, you scared me for a second. You said, Flojo, your screen is black. I can't see you. That's funny. Yeah, no, absolutely Obsidian. I'll send them to you. I send them to you. Hold on. Let me make sure. Okay, here. Okay, almost didn't find your email, Obsidian. 1, 2, and 3. All right, sent. David is guilty said, check out my new picture. David in 50 years looks like Morgan. All right, we got Joe, First Liberty's podcast. We're going to go ahead and bring him onto stage.
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me?
First Liberty's podcast. How's it going? Welcome.
Good. All right. How are you?
Doing good.
So, like I said, it sounds based on the last line where it says there is no remedy for the habeas petition. In other words, you tough shit is basically what the appellate court is saying.
Okay, so for everybody listening, I mean, what is there to look forward to with this document now?
Well, truth be told, he could actually, if he really wanted to drag some more, he could take it to the federal courts just to buy himself more time, which is honestly what I think the defense is trying to do by rushing the trial in California. Here's what will happen. If they get to a point where they move to trial sometime soon, which everyone's trying not to do, right? The DA is trying to keep this from going to trial too soon. The grand jury apparently isn't done. But let's say they go to trial and the grand jury hasn't, or let's say the DA has to get the grand jury to indict. Mm-hmm. If they do indict or don't, the grand jury is dismissed and then he doesn't have to come here at all.
Correct. And obviously the goal would be, I mean, if they send out a new round of subpoenas, right, the goal would be to try to get them in court. But I'm assuming that even if they did, the family would go through the same process they just did, right?
Yeah, they'll just dick around some more. But like I said, there's really nothing there. I'm honestly surprised they even got the higher courts to take them seriously for any length of time. Because it's the same thing I told Rabbit. As long as this is the right Dawud Burke, whatever the hell his name is, as long as they know it's the right guy, he's going to come to California. That's all that matters. Because of the grand jury hearing, it's a confidential proceeding. So because it's confidential, he doesn't get the kind of information that would be, let's say, if he were summoned to be a witness and this was a trial was on the way, or another otherwise a different investigation, then there
So,
would be more information in the affidavits, and that's what he's fighting.
so
You know, 'cause
what
they're-
would it take? What would it take to get his family to actually come in and actually testify?
well, California's basically waiting on the highest possible court to say, "Come and get him," since
Ah,
California has to be the one to pick him up. But because he's stalling so well, they haven't picked him up yet. That's all it is.
we have a question in the chat that says, "What is affidavits?" Can you explain to our chat what an affidavit is?
So those are that's basically the statement you fill out telling the court, what you're going to testify to. So who you are, basically what qualifies you to testify. Like you're a witness, like the Uber driver, for example. I think the Uber driver is going to come in. I mean, actually, he's probably going to come in. They may not need him if David was dumb enough to leave cameras on, but I would imagine that the driver is going to come in because he is probably the last person to see Celeste alive other than David.
Correct.
So that's basically what the affidavit is for. That's you swearing to the court that the information you possess is truthful, and that's what you want to present to them. But like I said, because they didn't get to see a lot. The Burke family, they don't get to see a lot because this is related to a confidential hearing. So that's why, like I said, as long as they knew it was the right people, it's not truly a trial. What was called the materiality hearing.
Uh-huh.
So the material information, the essential information they need is the Burke family. As long as they knew it was the right people, they were going to come over. But they're just buying time, and it's a bad look. It's nothing that's going to get them any kind of jail time, but it's just a bad look on his son that his family is fighting tooth and nail.
And we learned in the briefing that it was mentioned that Celeste had taken trips to, what was it, to Texas, to London. She even went to Texas to meet the family. So I mean, this could give you an idea as to why the family really, the parents more specifically, don't want to come in and testify, because they're probably going to be guilty of something, right?
I don't know that they're going to be guilty of something, but what could be, it's really hard to imagine, because they have the obscene images on his phone, according to the government. If the characterization is true, then they prove that there was an illegal relationship going on back in September 2023.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't seem to need the Burke family for that, based on the evidence as presented, or that's being discussed right now. It seems like he acted alone, and then there's the mutilation. I don't know if they helped. I think they would be charged too. It wouldn't be a subpoena to testify. It would be a warrant for their arrest.
For arrest, yeah.
So they don't have that kind of evidence. The best thing I can think of for them, it has something to do with the fact that they now possess a house that was formerly in his name. And that paperwork was signed, or it was finalized. What was it? It was late September, right?
September 18th and the 23rd, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that. Okay. So, and then that was, from what I had seen when I was going around about September, October, I had seen commentary that that paperwork was already underway early on. So I don't know how far back that goes. Does that go prior to the crime, or is that just after? And then maybe that's really what California wants them to testify to. There were obviously conversations between the Burke family and the rest. So they want to know something. It probably has something to do with how the house was signed over, because this isn't unheard of, where people sign over their property to other trusted people because they expect civil liability.
Correct.
And we know the civil suit is on the way.
Correct. Yeah,
So-
I think that's definitely going to follow, this criminal trial.
Oh yeah, this is going to be. Personally, I think he's going to lose at trial, no matter what his guilt really is. Just because of the optics, the Los Angeles County. You're down here with me. I'm in San Bernardino next door.
Yep.
So some of my problems out here were your problems there in LA. So when Nathan Hockman came around, a lot of things changed. It got better. That place will never be perfect, but it got a lot better. But the residents of the LA County have been just absolutely impatient with the kind of crime that's developed over the last 8 years.
Mhm.
So whether or not he's guilty, they're going to say guilty. They just don't have the patience for these kinds of accusations anymore. People are too fired up to be impartial at trial. So whether or not he's guilty of any of this, he's going to get convicted. So now it's just on his lawyer to make the right objection so that she can maybe have an appeal if he can afford her at appeal.
Now that, because you brought that up, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the potential of Blair Burke, giving up this case? Do you
Giving
think
up one? It really does depend how much money he has, though. I get what Bruce Rivers said, that he said the same thing about the Sean Combs lawyers. He said they're going to stick around until he's out of money. But Sean himself has way more money than David does.
Yeah, absolutely. Way more money.
So that's a very different comparison. But so maybe he's right. Maybe he is going to run out of money. He's got to go to the public defender. The public defender will get a head start, but it's not the same level of defense. And it's not because public defenders are less competent. It's because there's a lot to it. But in part, they have to take every trial they get. Everything that goes on their desk, every assignment they get, they have to balance all those assignments.
And they get a ton. I'm assuming they just get a ton tossed on their table.
Yeah, they just get a fat stack of papers and said, "This is this is all yours." So it's not the same. The research they put in is not the same. When we see everything at trial, we see everything that's very well organized. We don't actually see the hard work that goes into separating the different statements for whatever legal value they have.
Yeah.
So then, what are the relevant statements? What are the hearsay statements, the speculation statements, hearsay exceptions, all that stuff that's not the analysis you get to see when you're watching it in trial. So that organized version, or let's take this by example, 40 terabytes is what we were told. That's 40 terabytes of discovery by the prosecution. Okay, so according to the prosecution, it's 40 terabytes so far, but that's assuming that it's all admissible. And by trial, it could be 10 terabytes, which is still huge. It could still be a few gigabytes. Who knows? That's not the stuff that we see. That's the stuff Burke has to do. I really don't know, but honestly, this is just a hard client to defend. I don't even know how. I don't even. She's going to wait until he runs out of money, because sometimes people lie to their lawyers and they say, "I didn't do it. I didn't know she was a minor. That's not my ass on camera." You're going to see here. There could be a number of excuses we'll never know about. And honestly, I'm wondering if he actually told Burke a bunch of, because you can tell your lawyer, "Yeah, I committed the crime. What are my options?" You can actually do that. And it's part of your attorney-client privilege, as long as your attorney doesn't help you commit crimes.
So there's two questions in the chat, Joe, if you can help us out. So it says here, when will they decide if they're going for the death penalty? Because I'm aware that there's a certain period of time that they have to decide if they're going to charge for that. What can you tell us about that?
I couldn't give you a fixed answer because we still don't even know. The next hearing on the 26th could get delayed. As much as the defense wants us to go to trial within 60 days, now you understand why so many lawyers said it's not going to happen, because the prosecutors still hold all the evidence. So they're still organizing themselves. They have ways to delay it. But to answer the question, the best answer I can give you is they have until They have until I think it's the week of trial. So they have until the trial starts basically to amend charges. They could add charges. They could even drop charges. But basically they have until the trial, I believe, so the trial is announced. So once the true trial date is set, no new charges, nothing else. So they can figure out whether or not they want to set him up for execution by then.
And what are the odds that Blair Burke, right, his defense team just goes back to David and says, look, we've seen some of the stuff and it looks like you're fucked, David. So I need you to tell me everything that we need to know. And we want to ask you how you want to proceed because you're not going to get away with this. What are the odds of that happening?
Well, let's say it's really him on video. That's it. That's just all there is to it. All the lawyer can say is all they can say is I can't do anything for you. The only way out of that specific charge, like understand the charge first of all, the continuous abuse charge. It means that he had access to Celeste. He had opportunities to be alone with Celeste at least 3 times in a 3-month period. And then everything after that is all part of the same continuous charge. So let's say it was actually only 2 times within 3 months. Somehow that comes up. The charge would actually get dropped, even if he actually committed those acts because he was facing the wrong charge. So it'd have to be something like that or a constitutional violation where we found out evidence was obtained outside the scope of a warrant. Those would be the kinds of things that would get him off the hook right now. That being said, Beth has been there for 30 years for a reason. I don't see her making any of those mistakes. She has nothing to lose by playing by the constitutional rules, especially when somebody's apparently this guilty. When you look at everything as a whole, I think the only thing the lawyers can tell you is you're just going to have to brace for the appeal.
Wow.
It's really his only chance. That's what he could reasonably expect. Because when we think about this, again, if that's him on camera, that's just open and shut. Is that you? Yes or no? Well, he doesn't have to answer. But if that looks like him on the camera, that's it. He's just screwed. Then we have the first degree charge. Is the evidence sufficient to implicate his guilt? So that's what, and now also some people might be confused because the first degree charge is separate from the mutilation charge. He can be guilty of one or the other. But maybe the mutilation is the weakest charge, but it looks like for the first degree charge, we do need some more information. And that's where I think the Uber driver is going to be important.
Yeah.
Because if the driver did see Celeste go in the house, let's say he watched her go in the house, then it doesn't matter if there were no cameras catching any of it. It had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
As soon as the driver says, yes, I saw her walk or, towards the house or into the house, that's really all we need for legal purposes. So then it's just about and also here's another thing. I think he's going to take the stand. We have a desperate man that's willing to go to extreme measures.
You think he's going to take the stand?
I think he'll take the stand.
Wow. Okay. Tell us more.
Because he's first off, he's fucking batshit crazy. Let's talk about that. He's obviously out of his mind. That's why he went as far as he did. Then he'll probably see that as a last ditch effort to try and save himself and prove that he didn't do it. Try to say something happened that didn't really happen. Like maybe he will try to say something like, well, she OD'd and I freaked out. Well, that's not going to add up because there's a hole in her liver and her lung. Mm-hmm. And we're still not clear on whether or not the eyeball was taken by insects or if that was something he did. Nobody's specified. We'll have to hear from the medical examiner to know for sure. But I do personally believe he's going to testify because I look at what he's accused of doing. This girl was at his house. It's the last place she was known to be alive. Yeah. And look how far he went because she threatened to reveal their relationship. So that's why I think he'll testify. I think he's too desperate to stay quiet.
Man,
That's my thoughts.
with all that said, if there's a belief that he may possibly testify, like I really hope that they allow cameras in the courtroom. I know there was a reporter who was really pushing for it.
They can try. I don't know. It's always up to the judge, and especially when it's something like this. I don't know. They might. I guess. I guess who else? They might as well, right? So far, so good. There's a lot of evidence they would never show on camera. There's some things that even if there were no cameras, the viewers in the court would not be able to see it anyway. It would just go straight to the jury.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that in mind, yeah, like I said, I don't see any scenario where he doesn't testify right now because he's got nothing else.
I was taking a look at this the autopsy report here. And I have a lot more questions because there are some things here that basically indicate to me that there may possibly be more like stab wounds. And the reason why I say that is because if you guys can take a look here, it says this right injury right here is the one that supposedly punctured her liver. And then you see 3 more on this side. The one where it says 5/16 of an inch defect. This one says 6 inches top of the shoulder. And then you see one right below that says 5/8 of an inch defect. And then you see on the right side here, it says that there are multiple defects that are 1 to 1 3/4 of an inch deep.
Deep. So how many? It just says multiple? Doesn't count them?
Yeah, right here it just says multiple defects, 1 to 1 3/4 of an inch. So, and then it has here like 3 different marks. So I don't know. It's hard to say if these are like, I don't know what they are. And then on her hand, it says that there are multiple linear abrasions. So, there was a thought earlier that maybe she was
like she fell or she was fighting back.
Yeah, she was either fighting back or she fell and she scraped her hand against something. So there's multiple linear abrasions here. And I want to know more. There's just so much more that, obviously I have questions, but.
Well, this is going to be a hard one because obviously, unless he really was dumb enough to put it all on camera, we just don't know yet, which I'm guessing that's the only thing he hasn't done. So I really think they would have gotten him sooner. They've had this discovery for a while. They were waiting on the medical examiners back. Okay, so they actually had their conclusion back in December. We just weren't allowed to know. I honestly don't even know why they made this arrest yet, to be honest.
Yeah, and I would assume that if they had video of the actual incident going down, then that would have been like a smoking gun, which would have gave them more than a reason to arrest them earlier.
Yeah. And what I really believe so far, I believe the real purpose of the grand jury ultimately served to prove where the other persons of interest were. So because, in other words, I know everybody's accusing Neo, they're pointing fingers at him. I don't know. I don't know the evidence. But ultimately, what the grand jury is going to do is serve to prove where everybody else was and may prove that David really was the only person with the opportunity to do this.
Yeah.
So then that if we know where everybody else is, then we know at least he committed the first degree act by himself. As far as anything else, like did someone help him cut up the body or something? I don't know. That remains to be seen, but I honestly, I doubt it.
What also bothers me too is the whole, she arrived on April 23rd at 10:10, and then he sent the fake text messages by 10:30. And obviously after the fact, he went and ordered all of these things, the chainsaws, the shovel, the pool, the laundry bag, right? But he wasn't properly prepared to commit this crime that night. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if he committed this crime inside the house, did he end up cleaning up the crime scene afterwards?
It had to be, or maybe someone helped him clean up. He said, "I don't know what he would have told them because that's a real sketchy thing. You can't just walk away from that. Like, help me clean up all this stuff that looks like blood in my garage." And I was just revving a chainsaw for an hour and a half or so. I don't know how long it takes to cut up a body.
And
I don't know.
if there was help, that would make that person an accessory after the fact, right?
Yes, but it also depends what they're actually doing.
The level
For
of
the first degree. What's up?
their level of involvement.
Yeah. So what you have, let's see. So for the first degree charge, if he really did have a partner in crime, I think we would have known by now, because they went after him, and there's just no reason. If he had a partner and they know, there's just no reason to let the partner go. There's no reason to let him walk anymore. So I don't know if anybody else was actually involved in these crimes. It really just seems like they're being investigated because there is a level of suspicion. They were all in the house. They all, I think, right, like Neo, Asia, all of them. Basically, they went in and out of the house, right?
Yep.
Okay. So they all had continuous access to the house, and there was a body, but not 50 feet from the home for several months. So at least at first glance, it's very suspicious. So obviously they would be persons of interest. But now that so much time has passed, we're only seeing one arrest, the one that everybody really expected. It's not. I don't. Okay, well, let me get back to answer your question about their culpability here. Since they acted alone, or excuse me, since it looks like David acted alone, I don't see anybody else getting popped for that. It really does look like he did everything himself. So I'm not seeing room for a partner yet.
I mean, that absolutely makes sense. I mean, that's what all the evidence is currently pointing to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. This one really makes me upset.
What's that? This case?
Everything about it. Let me go ahead.
And it's.
I'm pulling up.
Yeah, it pulls on the heartstrings because you have a 14-year-old girl just getting her life started, didn't even get an opportunity to go to college and try to live out a dream. Nothing like that. It's just life arbitrarily taken. It was just the worst possible setting. Her whole life was a tragedy, and then ended like that. It ended as a tragedy.
There was a comment earlier that said, let me try to find it. It says, well, here's the thing, guys. They are saying that he watched her bleed out. I call BS on what evidence they have. No way it took them months to arrest him. So in the briefing right here, we know that it says that knowing he had to silence the victim before she ruined his music career, as she had threatened very soon after her arrival at his home, the defendant stabbed the victim to death multiple times and stood by while she bled out. So it doesn't particularly say that, he watched her bleed, but he basically stood there. And I guess they can infer that, maybe he watched her, right? But
I imagine if there are some bloody footprints left behind that we just don't know about yet, maybe, I guess. But let's say that statement's unwarranted. So defense will bring that up a little later, and then the judge will say that the DA can't make that argument because there isn't any evidence to actually support it as it's worded. They might say you think of a different argument, but probably not exactly that one. So, and also another thing to consider, this is a document that usually doesn't happen. This isn't anything I was ever taught. Nobody ever taught me these. And now I'm finding out through Mark Garagos has a separate podcast on, I see it on YouTube, called A Reasonable Doubt.
Is that with his daughter?
Yeah, so his daughter practices in New York, and she said this is actually commonplace in New York. They're called statements of fact. But this isn't anything I've ever seen in California. And like I was looking at everybody else to explain this to me because this isn't anything I was taught. Chloe said she's done hundreds of pre-trials. She said this is nothing she's ever seen.
Yeah.
So I'm scratching my head just like most of the world. But now that I know it's abnormal, I can tell you what really happened. It's because there are cameras in the court. Cameras in the court change the way people behave. Like, look at you remember? Did you watch the Johnny Depp trial?
No, I will say that I'm very new to this true crime space. So, I mean, I wasn't really into watching a lot of trials that took place previous to this, to be honest with you.
Well, when Johnny Depp testified, there was a moment in there, probably about a minute and a half, honestly, where he was asked a question and there was a long dramatic pause before he gave his answer. In court, for real, that wouldn't have happened. Somebody would at least have objected and said he's being non-responsive. Then the judge would have forced him to hurry up and answer. Yeah. There's all kinds of things that happen, the way the lawyers behave, the way they project. It's stuff that you wouldn't see in an actual trial.
And Steve Fisher mentioned in one of his in one of the podcasts that he did that when Beth Silverman was discussing the whatever, she had mentioned, I think this was the complaint, that she had mentioned CSAM a total of 4 times. So
yeah.
There was a reason why she was dramatizing everything, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's because, well, first off, it was going to happen no matter what. Like, these facts were going to come out no matter what. But yeah, they're embracing the moment. Just like, or look at the snark that was early on. Remember the hair lift, right? In the beginning from Beth to Blair.
Yep.
Just the little things like that. I doubt a judge would have scolded them for that specifically for real, but you hear it in their voices. You hear how the snark comes out. True. This is why a lot of the people don't want cameras in courts. You're going to get, the court transcript no matter what at the end of it all. But for cameras specifically, yeah, lawyers act up. It's a well-known thing, but some people think it's worth it, and I don't know. It's just going to keep happening. Personally, I want the cameras out of the court.
You do? You want the cameras out?
Yeah, I want cameras out of all courts for that reason, because lawyers act up, and it seriously affects the fairness of the trial when people are being drama, because the lawyers take that stuff in. The jury's getting instruction that tell them that evidence only comes from the witnesses on the stands. It does not come from the lawyers. Lawyers aren't allowed to argue. But when they see these guys acting like fools, sometimes they just eat that stuff up, and then the judges don't scold the lawyers like they are known to do. Judges do yell at lawyers, and the reason judges don't do that on camera is because it's easier to argue that they're lacking a fair judicial temperament. So they don't want to get caught on camera looking like an ass. That's why a lot of the judges you see on TV they're just a bit nicer. It's not that judges are never fair. It's that they let the lawyers slip more than they would if the cameras were off. So basically, go to a trial in person. Just go attend them. They're public, and that's something I had to do a while ago. See it yourself. The composure's different. The questions are shorter. They're quicker. It's like everything's more organized. Like some of the stuff that you see on Law and Crime at the acting up in the court, you just don't see it. It's not the same.
I mean, I don't know. Some people in the chat, disagree. Some people have said that, that they believe that all courts should have cameras. And that's the beauty of it, right? This is a place where we can agree to disagree. I believe that there should be. I don't know. Maybe that's just because I'm a person on the outside looking in, and I'm so invested in this case that I just want to be there and know everything that happens. But then also, for the sake of transparency to the public, so because the public has been so invested in this case as well. Look at the millions and millions of people who have, who are so invested in this. I mean, it's not like it's any of our business, but
And then for that alone, I think you are going to see it. Like, you had the Cardi B trial, you had the ASAP Rocky trial, and before that, what was her name? Monica. That's like a 5-6 syllable Italian name.
Sementelli.
Sementelli, yes. That was a big, important trial too. And I think the cameras are going to be there. But like I said, it's just, it's different when you understand the way the evidence is analyzed, when you understand the time and effort that it takes to organize for a fair trial, and then just, the cameras, I think, I honestly just lost appreciation for them once I actually learned the way that courts analyze the evidence and see how, once you learn the rules and get a real understanding for them, you understand why that fairness is so important. I think that's hard to appreciate for the most part by the common person, because it is a lot to learn.
Obsidian, you are right. Obsidian said it is your business, Flojo, a person of the state of California. There you go. That's what I'm talking about, Obsidian. All right,
that's true. There's always a public interest. You're right.
Right. Let's go ahead and jump back in this video. Let's see if we can just wrap this one up really quick, and then
Sure.
we'll stop and we'll make commentary.
Or a hitman, killing of a witness. We think about it in terms of organized crime and gang cases where a person is already named as a witness in a case that's already ongoing. In this case, the specifics are a little bit different, but the theory, I think, holds.
And lying in wait, right? So these special circumstances allegations basically get you a higher penalty if he's convicted of murder. You're talking life in prison without the possibility of parole, possibly the death penalty, although there is a moratorium on executions in California. Going back to how they might be able to track him to Santa Barbara, there is another post, and I talked about this a little bit, but there's another post by Steve, and this one is actually accompanied by video of him driving, and it says, one may wonder how David could be so dumb to leave his cell phone on all 3 times he came out to SR 154 in Santa Barbara, the same road Celeste's passport was found. Maybe he didn't bring the phone, but didn't think about the license plate reader. This goes to a question, how can they track him, Matt? And how accurate is that data? Is this something that can be questioned by defense attorneys successfully at trial? Or in your experience, if you're talking about cell phone records, license plate readers, that becomes very, very difficult for defense attorneys to argue about the reliability, the accuracy of that data?
It's pretty hard to argue with geolocation
and that's true.
data, especially if you've got multiple.
What was that, Jeff?
Well, it's a good point, though, because that's one of the things the defense wants to know right away. If your client is on camera, how good was that camera? If it's an overhead angle, well, that looks like my client's skin color. That doesn't mean it's my client. Those are the things they have to look for.
You're reminding
that's how
the Jayoma interview that Gideon did with.
I've already watched it twice over the weekend. I love it because what I'm getting off on it is the frustration that's coming from Gideon. And he thinks Jayoma's just talking shit. First off, that's the lawyer that got him off the hook. He should know better. And he thinks that Jayoma's just talking shit, and he's not. That's the way you have to defend people.
I think, once if and when this thing goes to trial and it's televised on camera, I think, the people who have gotten so upset at some of the things that Jayoma has said are going to really see like how these defense attorneys really attack a case and defend their client. Right. And I get it. I get it. A lot of the things were things that we hated to hear, right? And it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But the reality is the defense is going to do whatever they need to do to protect their client.
Absolutely.
He even at one point said that, right? He even said that it was a victim, right? And I like that comment alone just pissed everybody off.
I know it was a lot of fun watching people explode in the chat, but that's because people don't understand what these rules actually do. So let's start about this. I actually recorded a video about this. I didn't post it, and I'm not at home right now. Otherwise, I'd already put it up on the internet. So 2 things that people want to know. Why wasn't David arrested right away when we have this evidence now? Well, and then we have for the first degree charge, how does he defend himself against that? What does criminal defense look like? I'll start actually. So we have, let's see, start right here. So David orders an Uber driver for a 14-year-old girl to his house. There is obviously a driver, should be a witness there, right, to his house, late night, April 23rd, arriving at 10:10. And that is the last time she's known to be alive before we find her body in his trunk. All right, so we look to all those individual facts, and what they're going to do is compare that to the actual charge. So we have 3 words you have to understand. You have facts, arguments, and the law, the criminal charge. The facts have to go to the charge. So here's, let's say you actually commit a true to life act of self-defense in your front lawn, right? Let's start like that. So if, let's say there's a neutral witness, they're going to say somebody approached you, you drew the firearm, you pulled the trigger, right? They're going to say all these things about you. Police are going to show up, do their investigation. The government's going to take all that and say, based on all the statements and all the evidence that we have, they're going to take those facts. Those are what the facts are. Facts and arguments are 2 different things. Your story is not a fact. The facts are the individual pieces of evidence. The government is going to take all the facts and argue that you've committed a crime. You're going to take the same facts and argue that they actually prove self-defense. You see the difference right there.
Yeah.
In that case. So now for David specifically, the only thing he can really do is argue the relevance of the facts. So that's a basic rule of the law. All the facts have to be relevant to a charge. So what he's going to do is attack the relevance, or more specifically, Blair is going to look at the insufficiency of the facts to highlight that David was responsible. And people are questioning that timeline from 10:10 to 10:40. I think that's what they said. Yeah, from 10:10 to 10:30 or 10:40. So you have a window of 20 minutes to 30 minutes where evidence shows that, hey, he's still texting her. Apparently she hasn't arrived. We haven't had enough evidence to fill in that gap. So people are within reason to question how you're going to prove this man performed that fatal act on that victim. So that's really all he can do, as far as I can tell, to defend himself. He's probably not going to have any other defense. Like he hasn't tried to plead insanity. He can still change his plea later, but he hasn't tried to do that. Self-defense, unlikely. It's not impossible, but it's just, given everything else, it's unlikely, because once you start concealing bodies, it shows you are scared of what you did, and the government will have a field day with that. So even if it's true, it wouldn't matter.
I wouldn't even be surprised if, the defense goes and they attack the autopsy report, right? And go after the fact that, there were presumptive positives on her drug screen. They're probably going to fight and say, how do we know that she didn't OD? Right. And dispute the murder 1 charge. And, if they can't get him off of the murder, the goal will be to try to get him off of the murder 1 charge and say, if there's a lot of damning evidence against him, maybe he'll have to plead guilty, or he'll be charged with count 3, which is mutilation of a body. The guy freaked out. He panicked and didn't know what to do. So he tried to get rid of her. He tried to chop her up and get rid of her. Right.
Well, also what's going to contextualize this is the text messages. Now, you saw the way Jayoma was breaking everything down, and he was dismissing basically everything. Right. So for poor Gideon, what he didn't understand is that if you're going to debate with a lawyer, you can't just go fact by fact. You have to put the facts together. That's what circumstantial evidence is. Let's take that email by example. Supposedly went to David. Now, if we look at this email and then we hear that this went to David, that email doesn't show us that. The screenshot doesn't show us that it went to. It might show that it was sent, but not that it was either received or even opened. So that's a different conclusion. So if you're going to look at the email and say the email proves David knew, that email doesn't prove shit as it is by itself. You need something after that. What the courts do when it comes to digital devices, email, text messages, and such. They want proof that these addresses or these services are regularly being used and by the relevant persons. So that's why Jayoma was saying, well, what about it? You have a meal that's hearsay. That's not coming into my trial. And the reason he said that, and he actually was right, if you were to admit that by itself, that would have been hearsay. So it's a circumstantial type of evidence. There could be elements of truth to it, but by itself, there's not enough. So then if you have the email and some evidence that it was opened on David's end by a device that he routinely has access to, then you have a stronger argument. Right? But you can't use the email by itself to prove David knew or should have known. We can't speculate like that. We can't say he should have known because somebody who knew him or who would more likely send an email probably sent him an email. That's guessing. That's speculation. We don't allow that in the court. So that's also why Gideon was so frustrated, because he didn't understand that.
Abraham also left a comment in the chat that said, also, what drugs could she have taken and where she would have OD'd within that 30-minute gap from when she arrived to when he texted her. And you're right.
Not just 30-minute gap. It's not a 30-minute gap, though. That's the thing. From Riverside to Hollywood Hills is at least 90 minutes. And then even late at night, because traffic out in LA, guys, can happen late at night. I've driven from LA home late at night. You still get traffic all hours of the day. It's never as intense as, the lunchtime hours when you have all these people driving to get lunch, but you can get traffic any given time. So what you really have is actually more like an opportunity of about 2 hours where she could have found time to do anything if that's actually what she did.
Well, this makes me believe that the defense is really going to attack this autopsy report, including the drug screening. And the reason why I say that is because Blair Burke made that one comment that basically stated that the evidence will show that David Anthony Burke is not responsible for the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. So I'm assuming, I don't know the evidence, right? I don't know what their play is going to be, but I mean, one can only assume that they're probably going to attack this drug screening and bring in their own expert, I don't know, medical examiner to review everything and pick apart the drug screening. And they're probably going to say that the presumptive, whether they retest, whatever they do, they're probably going to say that no, she was actually under the influence of some sort of drugs and she actually OD'd. I don't know. That's just the feeling that I get.
Well, let's also think about something, because even if she OD'd, that doesn't explain the hole in her liver that wasn't there 2 hours ago. So while that's also it is a good place to start. You're right. They are going to attack everything about that examination. What they really want to do is cast doubt on the examination altogether, not just bits and pieces. But they do have to go piece by piece and see how the jury takes it. And you don't know until they come back and say guilty or not. But that is a good question. For example, the presumptive positives in the beginning, and that wasn't there at the end. So if your medical exam is so thorough, why are we seeing inconsistencies in your test by your own admission? That actually is a very good question. And if you're playing defense, that's exactly the kind of stuff you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that potentially being an issue for the prosecution, and I'm scared to see, the direction that Blair Burke's going to take once all of this unfolds. But yeah, I mean, so he stabbed her liver, right? She bled out.
The liver, the lung, and again, the eyeball is still up in the air. We got to wait for the medical examiner to actually say. We didn't find any evidence of, let's say, a sharp object removing the eye. So then my guess is just by default, we just have to blame it on the insects that were on the body. But that much alone wouldn't absolve it. Like, it's not like that would save him. If that were true, that it was the insects, not him. Ultimately we still have a hole in this girl's liver that isn't supposed to be there.
True, but they would be able to tell, right? And I'm sure that the medical examiner will probably have to go up and testify and give his professional eyewitness testimony and explain how he came to the conclusion. But I'm very curious, what the details are behind the missing eye, because that really caught me off guard. And even if he had this wild fantasy, or he's a copycat killer, it's just, I don't know. It's all so odd.
Oh, it's an odd thing altogether. And 14-year-old girls don't cut up their own bodies. Everything about this case is kind of fucked up, if we're being honest.
And obviously not many people enjoy TMZ's perspective on it, but Harvey Levin even said very early on, within the first month or two, is that you can't use logic in this case because none of this is really going to make any sense.
That wasn't the best response. I understand what he means, but no, it just wasn't a good response, because here's the thing: we still don't know all the evidence. They never tell you everything right up front. In these early stages, everything is going to be about probable cause to justify the arrest, probable cause to move forward to trial, and then the trial, we say, beyond reasonable doubt. So for that standard, probable cause, that's just proving a crime has likely happened. Remember, cops don't have to solve the crime on the streets. They just have to preserve the evidence. Basically, that's it. Even if that means arresting people, getting witness statements and such, that's really their only job. So then we have probable cause for the rest. We have a likely suspect. We have witnesses saying you're the one who did this or did something. Then we have probable cause to justify every stage moving forward. It's a low standard. When you look at criminal law, especially online, you'll see 5 main burdens to prove, where probable cause is in the middle. The truth is, probable cause is a lot lower than that.
Yeah.
But it's still an inconvenient standard. You still have to be factual. You can't, in no way, shape, or form are you ever allowed to make things up, when it's going to the court. But probable cause isn't it's not a high standard. It's a low standard.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. The probable cause, just a really low standard. But so we're taking a look right here at the autopsy report, and it's saying for the left eye, the globe is not present. And then on the right side, it says globe with extensive post-mortem changes. So obviously there's a difference in the left and the right eye. It's just saying that it's not present, and I probably have to skim through the report to see if it says anything else or if it gives any details, but it does say here that the left one wasn't present, etc.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not telling us why it's not present. It's not even describing marks. It's not describing cuts or anything like that. It's just, like you said, it just says not here anymore. But like I said, it's not like it's a saving grace or of any kind. Trials don't have to be perfect. The DA's arguments don't have to be perfect. They just have to be legally sufficient. So in this case, whether or not the eyeball was taken by insects makes no difference, because we have plenty of evidence that he is the one who had the opportunity to do it. And that's really what they're probably going to look to argue at trial, that he was the only one with the opportunity. It was his house. He was alone. And we know that because we have all these grand jury interviews showing that everybody else was nowhere to be found when this happened. And that's why I believe the grand jury is ultimately going to do. Okay, so that's what it's going to come down to, the opportunity.
That is correct, right? Because I do remember reading that in the brief that it said that nobody else was home at the time, right?
That much I don't recall, but that seems to be what the state is actually gunning for. They're trying to show that he was alone when this happened, except for the victim moving to his house.
I'll have to read through that, and we can touch base on that.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and let's finish this video off real quick,
Sure.
and obviously we'll
Yes.
talk.
Multiple sources of data. It's quite likely, because this is not a sophisticated offender, that he didn't think about leaving his phone behind. And if he brought his phone with him, that can be tracked very precisely. Even when the phone is off, there is usually some limited geolocation data available with most smartphones. That's how your Find My Phone app works, even if your phone's turned off or the battery's died. As to the traffic cameras, that's a very good source of evidence. It would be interesting to see who manages those traffic cameras. Flock, which is the big company, typically only keeps that data for about 30 days, but they contract with different localities and law enforcement agencies, and so that can be extended. It would be unusual to me if that data was available 6 or so months later, which would be the earliest that an investigation could have started, because they didn't find poor Celeste until September.
Let me just take this question. Ghost Walker says David is 5'5", like 125 pounds, right? Which, yeah, I believe that's what he is. Could he even dismember a body by himself? Probably not, right? I'm
I
curious.
don't know what it takes to dismember a body. I don't have that kind of expertise. I feel like the internet's an expert on this for some reason. I mean, maybe some people watch too much. Maybe some people just watch too much TV. Now, I have seen some commentary. I think you've seen the same, where some experts said that like cutting up a body isn't like Dexter. You don't just put a bunch of plastic down and just start get a hacksaw, and it's not like that. I don't know that he couldn't do it by himself, but when you really think about it, from April 23rd till early September, obviously the body was already in the trunk by then, but he had a long time to do it. Maybe that's why he made so many trips. Maybe he was struggling, and he kept making multiple trips.
So a lot of people, have basically clowned David for his size and his stature.
Right.
And they basically call him a shrimp, right? Not being capable of doing so. But I mean, the truth is David was a very athletic person and very disciplined. And we know this because his dad kind of raised him to go into like a disciplinary type of hobby, like martial arts, right? And let me just show this to you guys, because a lot of people probably may or may not have seen this, but I think this can just kind of give you an idea of his potential athleticism. Obviously doesn't mean or doesn't determine how capable he is of dismembering a body, but yeah, 3 apples high. Remember, where did I hear that? I remember hearing that somewhere.
And even if he wasn't athletic, though, I don't think chainsaws are so heavy this guy could never carry one. And it's a chainsaw. You don't need a team to use. You don't really need a team to use a chainsaw. One chainsaw can take a whole tree.
We don't know the second chainsaw or the actual type of chainsaw that he utilized. I know there's a Reddit post that shows a different box, which shows the Makita chainsaw. But I mean, for if it was like a handheld chainsaw, one person could definitely hold the chainsaw. And I mean, there's 2 handles on it that you can utilize. I mean, the question would just be, could he carry one? My question is, he could, right? I'm gonna play this. I don't know if this is a video that's gonna get blocked or taken down. So do me a favor, you guys. If you guys can, hit the like button. If you guys haven't already, subscribe to the channel. Liking this video just helps kind of put this video out for the rest of YouTube to see. So I'd appreciate if you guys can just at least just like the video, you guys. Maybe David had help. Who knows?
Well, if David can control his own body weight, especially on those rings, then he's not as weak as people think.
Oh no,
he's obviously a shrimp, but I've seen guys his size, they're not that weak, and then I promise you he can carry a chainsaw. So I don't know why people think he can't.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you've seen gymnasts, right? Male gymnasts, they're not tall, right? And a lot of them are very lightweight as well, but some of these gymnasts are freaking powerful.
Right, yeah. Yeah, they're very strong.
You ever ask like a short person who fights, the number one thing they say is, I love it when people underestimate me.
Oh yeah.
right? Because you don't really recognize the power that a small person has until you're faced with the, having to face their power.
Hmm. Yeah, you'd be amazed. You know, hell, my dad was a small guy. Like I'm not a shrimp. My dad was, and he punched people out, and he was a small guy. So and like I said, when it comes to the chainsaw, I'm just remembering that the chainsaw that was shown isn't even the biggest chainsaw. They get different sizes and obviously different weights with that. So it looked like the one that was in question is really small, but we also don't know if that's the one that's even going to be mentioned at trial. For all we know, that was actually taken, and we just haven't heard about it yet because it's under seal. It's still, remember, those warrants haven't been unsealed yet. So there are lots of things we can't know yet, like why the hell was he arrested? That is a very important question, because if the arrest is unjustified, he'll be let go.
Yeah.
Even with these charges and this evidence, it just proves that the court had no right to consider the case to begin with. So for that reason alone, he'd walk, but then they would just have to charge him again the right way, which honestly would be kind of funny to see, because these days you can get a warrant over, not over the phone, but over the internet.
Yeah.
So I actually do think it'd be kind of funny if they let him out the same afternoon. They could just arrest him the right way, and then we just have to start over.
And so here is a photo of the chainsaw that was found inside the house. This is not the presumed weapon that he used to mutilate the body of Celeste Rivas. This was just the one that Steve Fisher had mentioned he found. Now, before I think there was discussion that this was in a box and it was unopened or not used, but clearly this is a photo of the chainsaw out in the open. So,
and that's not even a big chainsaw.
This is a 16-inch, 12-amp electric chainsaw. So earlier in a previous live that I did, I had mentioned that it was a gas-powered one, but I received further clarification. And then this photo actually came out. So this photo, you can see right here that there's a cord on here, indicating that this is an electric chainsaw. So this is definitely a lot quieter than a gas-powered chainsaw, but it's still not that quiet. And then
no, those things ain't quiet. Even electric ones, like they sound different. Like it's a sharper, high-pitched sound when you use an electric chainsaw. But but bet your ass, yeah, he could cut up a body with it. But he definitely didn't use that one. It's way too. It looks busted and it's way too clean.
So here is well, this is not the one that he used, right? But this was just the one that's
the model
house. Yeah, 16-inch, 12-amp electric chainsaw.
Yeah, and now look around. How much does that weigh? Does it say?
It doesn't. Let me see. Maybe if I get more details.
Yeah, a few more details.
Say. Let me see the specifics on here. The bar length is 16 inches, cut diameter 14. 10 pounds. Yeah, this is
10 whole pounds. You see that, guys? And that's plenty to cut, give that time. There's plenty to cut down the tree. He could have easily done it by himself. Or maybe his dad was the one that helped him. One thing that came up a lot is that the Tesla had a lot of dirt on it. Now, that could have been from lying around, but if you look at the video that was prior to July 29th, or maybe it was, or sorry, you have that recent video where maybe somebody's driving the car, but we can't even see a face.
I can find it, but here's a more expensive one, and possibly the one that he used, right? Because it matches the box. I believe this is the one that matches the box, and this one is an electric one that has a battery. It's battery powered. This one is a 10-inch one, and this one only weighs 7.2 pounds.
See,
7.8.
these things aren't heavy. So, yeah, people saying he couldn't have done it himself with that thing. Yes, he can. Now, it obviously would have been messy, but remember, we're dealing with a body that was in the latest stages of decomposition. So, with that in mind, we don't actually know how much he would have struggled. We don't have any tissue left. Well, we don't have enough tissue left behind to even figure that out. So, yeah, he could have definitely done it by himself. It's just people don't want to believe he could have or would have done it by himself because everybody's pointing fingers at the whole house right now.
So here's the video that you were just talking about. You're talking about this one, right? Him driving the actual.
Somebody's driving. I don't see anybody. And I'm being honest. I 100% do not see a clear shot at a face. I don't think this video by itself is going to tell us anything. I don't think this will come into evidence by itself.
I am not going to lie, but from this frame right here, with the window down.
Yeah, I honestly can't even tell if the Tesla does have a driver. I'm really serious about that.
I don't know if it's just my monitor, and I've watched this video probably about 100 times, and I couldn't see anything. But this is the first time that I'm watching it on my monitor, on my computer, my PC, and it's a fairly large monitor. And here, it's bright enough to the fact where you can see what looks like or what resembles to be a bonnet. Now, I'm not going to sit here and defend SF because I do think it's a very difficult video to just read. But from this frame right here, I mean, it does look like somebody's wearing something on their head. Now, is it a bonnet? I'm not going to say it's a bonnet because I can't tell. But the prosecution is very confident, right? Because they even put it in the brief that David was the one driving.
Yeah. Well, this probably isn't the video they're talking about, though, because this doesn't even show the car parking. Or if it does, remember, this video, we only see a few seconds, but the full length of it is actually, the full length is actually 23 seconds.
Correct.
But we're only seeing how much, 6 or 7 seconds?
7 seconds. And what's odd about this video too, right, is if you guys really like understand the route around David's house, like the street, because I've been there before, right? I've gone there a few times. And if you've stood on the street, you realize like how small that street is. Like barely a car can get through. Now, if you're on his street, the only place that you can park is on the right side. And that would be across the street from his house. So the direction that it would be facing if he was parked would mean that he would have to have gone all the way down the street and around and then up, I forget what street it is, and then park on Bluebird Lane. So it's not like the route that he would have, the easiest route he could have taken was to just like flip a bitch in front of his house, make a U-turn, and then just go up this street, which is up a small little hill, make a left, and then a right on Bluebird. So he would have taken like the long route, which it's odd just seeing seeing like how the street is laid out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this Tesla is really, really dirty.
See, and that stood out to me because if you remember, the house in Texas has a dirt driveway. That's why I'm wondering if this car did go to Texas at any point between the 23rd and September when it was found.
It's very possible. Now, I have a feeling that when they say that Celeste went to Texas to meet his family, I think soon after that January 2nd photo was shot, if you guys remember, SF released some photos that came from David's SD card. And there were a few photos where he was on a flight. I think this was like January 11th. And then by like January 13th, he was taking photos in front of the shed. He was in Texas. I have a feeling that Celeste was actually out in Texas during that time. But I don't think.
We know they all went to Nevada together, right? There was at least one show where I think her cousin or her mom, right? They all went to the stateside with David.
Yep. Well, I mean, they say that she went to Vegas, and there are also photos of Celeste with her cousin at the Caesar's Palace Hotel at the same time that David was in Vegas. So I guess, we're just speculating that she was there at his show as well.
Yeah, so it seems like they all knew each other. It seems like the dad really is the only one that didn't know a lot. Doesn't seem like he knew anything. And honestly, we didn't even hear about him until a lawsuit was announced. So at least her dad, sorry, I should have specified, sorry, I meant her dad, Celeste's father, Jesus, did not seem to know a lot. Because nobody even knew where he was until recently. It seems like for everybody else, they all knew each other, though. That's what it's looking like to me.
Let me just put this here while I look for the Las Vegas photos.
Sure. See all these chainsaws? They're not heavy. That one's not even expensive. 16 inches, electric.
Oh,
This
sorry.
is
Sorry.
yeah.
Okay.
This is superior to any human bone. And what's this? Okay, this is what Cousin Esmeralda. See?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me go back to the Reddit. All right, here it is. So this is SZA performed in Las Vegas on October 28th, 2023 at the T-Mobile Arena as part of her SOS tour. This was her most attended concert of all time. And then here it says that Celeste and Esmeralda were in Las Vegas too at Caesar's Palace inside the restroom. So they were there. They were in Vegas at the same time. Did she go to the concert? We don't know. It's not confirmed, but there's speculation that both the cousin Esmeralda and Celeste were there.
Okay.
So,
But it seems like a few of them knew each other. So that's really something that stood out in my mind ever since I saw the house. Because remember, the house got swatted. Ever since I saw that, my first guess is that something happened in Texas. I was wondering early on if this was actually something that happened cross state lines, or because like I said, because of the dirt on it, and yeah, it was sitting for a long time, but based on the amount of dirt at the Texas property, I thought maybe that car would have come from Texas at some point, and that would help explain because his family is supposed to be testifying.
mm-hmm.
So maybe there's a connection there.
That's what I was wondering too. If maybe all they want to ask the parents was, "Did you guys meet Celeste?"
No,
I mean, they're gonna ask more, right? But
yeah.
The question is gonna come up of, did you guys meet? Did David bring Celeste to Texas to meet you guys?
Well, they need some kind of evidence. If that's the case, they need some kind of evidence. Subpoenas aren't just for guessing.
Yeah.
There has to be a reason to believe that a person has information that is related to a crime. So if they're going to ask the Burke family, have you ever met Celeste? They should already know that they've at least been in contact with each other, or even if let's assume these were days without cameras, well, we need reason to believe that the Burkes were anywhere near Celeste at the time of the crime. So no matter what, we need something to show the court that would say that the Burke family should know something about Celeste. So they would already have that. So then it's just a matter of how truthful they're going to be about what they knew or should know.
Well, I mean, there are photos at the Fonda Theater on June 27th, 2024, which is almost a year later, where you can see Josh Marshall, which is his business manager, the one who lives in Florida, the one who was not staying at the mansion house. You can see him up on the balcony, right? And you can see right here in this photo, I don't know if you guys can see my mouse, but this is Colleen, which is David's mother, at the Fonda.
See that?
And then if you click on more photos, you can see the top balcony right over here. And on this balcony, I want to say Josh Marshall is, so you see right here, top left, This is Josh Marshall, and it looks like maybe 2 or 3 people in between them. I see maybe 2. And the person to the right of that is Colleen, which is David's mother. This is his little sister. And then this person where the white arrow is pointing is Celeste. And then you have Caleb to her left. So you see it says mom, sister, Celeste, and brother. Now, I always said this, right? For months and months and months. It would just, if I were a parent, right? And my kids were sitting on the balcony with me. If there was a random girl who was sitting in between 2 of my children, I would be questioning, like, who the heck is this person? Right? If I didn't know them.
Yeah.
This photo seems to suggest that the mother, she's not questioning. She's over here happy taking photos. So it's hard to assume that the mother here has no idea who Celeste is, because like I said, if I was a parent, who the hell is this girl wearing a black hoodie sitting in between both of my children? Right? Like, no, move my son closer and this girl can sit on the outside if I didn't know her. Right? But this just says, well, we've taken her in, we know who she is, and she can sit in between my 2 children.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, that makes perfect sense. And these aren't the kind of seats where you get, these aren't like appointed seats. It's not like when you go to a baseball game, you get a seat number. For seating like this special privileges, my understanding, it's always been first come, first serve.
Correct.
You just sit wherever you want. So these people sat in an organized way because they all do seem to know each other, or at least, even if they didn't know each other a long time, they at least met that day. So they're sitting together because, yeah, like you said, they're sitting together because they do seem to know each other. There is some familiarity here.
It's hard to argue that, right? And this could also be another reason why the family doesn't want to testify, because there is hard evidence, there's proof, there's photos. Now one can argue, oh, they might be AI. But I mean, there's photos of Celeste sitting with David's family, and it doesn't look like there's an issue with her being right there next to mom.
Yeah, exactly. They all know each other. Especially this. It's not like it's just this one photo. Isn't there even video from this event showing everybody walking backstage?
There is, and this photo right here, this still frame right here, is from that video where Celeste is walking backstage. Now, what I missed earlier on, and somebody had brought it up too, I can't remember who it is. I don't know if it was Strategic who brought it up, but they were saying, or maybe it was BJ who mentioned that as they were walking back, you can clearly see that Celeste is holding hands with the little sister Emily in the front. So Emily is leading the way backstage, and then it's Celeste, then Caleb, and then it looks like somebody may have called them, and Celeste and Caleb turn around to acknowledge the person that called them. And then as they go back in, you can see that like Celeste is kind of like hooked onto his arm. So
yeah,
that's what I remember seeing in the video.
I don't remember that part, but I remember this video. I remember watching them all go backstage. And doesn't she wait for somebody? Or she does? I think she stops and waits for David, right? Celeste, doesn't she stop and wait for somebody in there?
Caleb, which is the brother. But okay. I think they both stop to look at somebody, and I'll look for the. You
know what? Maybe that's really why the Burke family is being called. Maybe it has more to do with this than anything.
Let me see.
Like I said, I still don't know exactly what. As far as I can tell, everybody else that was in and out of the house, as far as I can tell, the government really just wanted to prove these people were nowhere to be found, and that's why David is the only one being charged.
So here's the video.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Let's go back.
That's Caleb. Yeah.
So there you go. I don't know if you saw that in the front, but you can see Emily. I'm sorry, the little sister right there in the front, right here in this still frame, right over here. She's walking ahead of Celeste, holding hands. They go backstage. Somebody must have called them. So Celeste and Caleb look back. I don't know if he's about to dap somebody up, give him a pen. And then you can see here, right here on this still frame right over here, Celeste is like hooking onto his arm.
I see that. Okay, I had to zoom in to see that. Yes, you can tell they're obviously all walking together.
Yeah, they're walking
So
together.
that part's clear. They obviously all knew each other. It's just from all this, though, I can't figure out why the Burke family is being summoned to California yet. That part is still getting to me, but maybe it isn't related to any. Well, no, because there's no reason. If this was only related to David giving the house to mom and dad, there's no reason to call the brother. Unless he's supposed to, he might, I don't know, unless his name is on the paperwork too.
Well,
but I can't think of a reason to call him for that.
Caleb was also subpoenaed to testify in court.
Yeah, so that's why I'm wondering why him? If it's really, maybe it really is just because of this. Maybe it's not related to the house at all.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's hard, right? It's definitely. Let me see.
Yeah, it leaves you guessing. That's the frustrating part, but at the same time, the confidentiality is the important part. Part of the reason the body was sealed, the medical examiner's report was sealed. Well, first off, they moved to a grand jury. But as Beth Silverman explained, that serves to keep witnesses from changing their stories.
Mhm.
They don't want let's say,
Lock in that testimony.
well, you lock in their statements now. You don't tell them what happened. Because if they don't know anything, then if they don't know anything, they don't know anything. But you don't want them to have an opportunity to fabricate a story.
True.
So that's why they lock that stuff down. But yeah, like I said, I don't know if they're going to be questioned about. I don't know. I just really don't know what they're going to be questioned about. Maybe.
I mean, at this point, the document that we reviewed basically states that they're not going to be questioned, right? So, I mean, until there's a brand new subpoena, basically telling them that they want them to testify, they're going to have to go through the whole process all over again.
Yes. Okay. So then, so they already quashed this subpoena, and that's it. They're not going to even bother with the Burkes anymore. So it just doesn't matter.
Do you think that there's a possibility that they're going to serve a second round of subpoenas to get them to testify? I mean, they did deem that, they were material witnesses. Gold Digger, how's it going?
Well, I honestly don't know, because I would think if you knew they were material, you wouldn't let them, you wouldn't let them walk. I really don't know. Or maybe they just decided they really don't need the Burkes as much as they thought. Maybe that really is all there is to it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility that more evidence, more witnesses came and spoke up, right?
Well, yeah, there's always the possibility they found something they missed earlier. Maybe they did learn something in the discovery. Who knows? Like I said, it's really hard because everything's under seal right now. So that's why we're all just left guessing. But like I said, the best thing I could tell you is I still believe that the whole point of the grand jury is to isolate everybody, just prove that David is the only one who had the opportunity to actually do any of the crimes.
That's a great point. That's a great point that I hadn't considered too, is they had the grand jury just to ensure that the only person that they were looking at was indeed David. And
well, it seems like it. I think they were looking at everybody in the beginning, but if everybody testified truthfully and this is the best conclusion they have, then that just goes to show he was the only one with the opportunity to commit the crimes.
yeah.
So I don't know if anybody else would have had any kind of involvement other than people are speculating that Neo may have moved the car once or twice. Okay, he moved the car once or twice. what is that offered to prove? You see what I mean? What can you can't really do anything with that. He drove a car, but if you thought he was committed, if he had committed the first degree charge, and he could share the same liability as David if he was there and participating. If that's what you thought, then yeah, you should have charged him. We shouldn't see one arrest. We should see two. Yeah. So I don't think his involvement is all that serious.
That is true. How
That's
you
the
guys
best conclusion I can think of.
Put a one in the chat if you guys are still here. We got 130 people watching collectively across all 3 platforms. So it's a lot for one of my chats or one of my lives. We don't normally hit these kind of numbers. So I do appreciate you guys hanging out. We're not done yet. We still got, this one video to finish, and then we also have another one. And if anybody would like to come up and join the panel, I'm more than open to inviting another person up here to come and join us. We don't really get a chance to really do panel discussions. I'm gonna go ahead and put the link for you guys if you guys want to join. Let me paste this really quick.
Save a Black will join.
There you go. Come on.
Come on, say hello.
For now, I'm just going to go ahead and play this because we're struggling to get through this video. But
traffic cameras are a possibility. I think more likely we're talking about geolocation data through the phone and quite possibly through the Tesla as well.
Next up, timeline. So from when prosecutors claim she was killed on April 23rd to his arrest to the charging, it's about a year, right? So Steve posts this. This is, again, an update. Can't stop thinking about the timeline of the murder of Celeste Rivas Hernandez as put forward in the pretrial brief. Could the 10:30 p.m. "Where are you?" text messages actually be real and not a staged alibi? Could Celeste have walked away after an argument upon arriving in the Uber? Maybe those texts from David asking where she was were real, and after he didn't receive a response, he went looking for her, found her.
Ava, welcome.
Hey, Flojo.
How's it going?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep.
Can you hear me?
How's it going?
Yes. Hey, the other Joe 2.0, thing 1, thing 2.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? Welcome.
It's going good.
So what's on your mind? What are your thoughts about everything?
I don't know. It's like so much. Like this whole thing is insane. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot to process. I remember when I first heard about this, I was probably like anybody else. Well, this guy's off to a really bad start. If this is really half as bad as it looks, this guy is just fucked.
Yeah.
All through and through. There's no way.
Right.
If it was just the body, it'd be one thing. Yeah, when you take everything into account, you can't defend this guy. And I want to be the kind of person to say, no, you got to give everybody a chance. Yeah, he does get a fair trial still, but like me and Joe were talking about earlier, the most his lawyer can do is find tiny holes in the facts and say it doesn't actually amount to first degree. That's basically it. For everything else, he's on camera. And he does seem to be the only one who had the opportunity to actually do this to the body. Because he's just off to such a bad start. I don't know what anyone's going to tell him other than I got nothing for you.
Right, because and then they found everything else literally on his devices.
Yeah, it's all on his device.
So either way, 9 times out of 10, he's going to be in there for life. Like there's really no way around it. Because I remember when this all first came out, before they even identified the body and everything, I don't know. I couldn't wrap my head. I was like, what is going on? I couldn't even wrap my head around it. And I remember when it first came out, they said they found another dead body in somebody else's car too.
Mm-hmm.
But they said it wasn't linked together. That was like a whole nother different situation. And I was like, what is going on? And then when everything came out, I was like,
Are you from Southern California at all or California at all?
No, I'm from Philly.
Okay. Well, this shit does happen in the LA area.
I heard it happens a lot.
Yeah, it happens. It does happen too much. This place was an absolute mess over the last 8 years.
Yeah, right, because coming across like Cali, like other Cali people, like they've been putting me on game for a minute about like everything out there, especially like LA and everything.
Yeah, it's been a mess it's always been a mess. It's been but it just got so much worse over the last 8 years. It changed a lot with the new DA. He really made a big difference. But it's still a mess.
Because I heard the old one was a freaking mess. They was so glad to get them out of there.
Dude, this guy, okay, someone turned the corner driving like an idiot. He drove into a mom pushing a stroller. The baby's no longer with us. And that guy only got 5 months probation. That's how bad the last DA was. That was all he did.
He was very light-handed when it came to punishment, which, you know, Nathan Hochman became the DA. A lot of people were excited because, you know, he swore up and down that he was going to, you know, hold people accountable for their actions. And I think this would be one of those cases where he would, you know, put his money where his mouth is and show us what he's talking about.
Right, because between him and Beth, oh, they ain't effing around. They about to shut everything down, and I'm all up for it.
Mm-hmm. That's why I want to see him testify. Because I don't think first off, he's a stupid guy. She's way too smart for him. And I just think it'd be fun to watch.
Yes, I can't wait. I hope and pray it's on camera because I would love to watch it. Besides her getting justice. Oh, yeah.
I don't think that he will testify, though.
What's that?
I don't think that he will testify because that would open him up to a lot of questions about her being a minor.
Oh, hey, Abraham.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, okay. I was wondering why I didn't recognize Joe's voice.
I'm hollering. I was like, who was that? I didn't realize Abraham was there. Yeah, because they did say they experts were saying that if he goes on the stand, he's done.
Yeah, he will.
For that reason. What are you really going to say? A 14-year-old girl walked into your house. You paid for her to show up at your house. And she hasn't been seen since.
I'll tell you exactly what David is going to say. This is exactly what David is going to say.
It was the bonnet.
I'm screaming. And Tommy with the bonnet on, shell.
That's all he can say.
You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. And I don't want to say the S word. I don't want to say the S word because I don't want to offend nobody. But DVD player is very delayed. Okay.
This is what David is going to say in court.
I cannot, not this video.
I'm not testifying in court. Hey, Your Honor, I did not buy it. I did not even try it. I just wanted to rely it. Testifying in court. Hey, Your Honor, I did not buy it.
Look, David has been snitching on himself the whole time. So I won't be surprised if he testifies in court and says,
I'm not testifying in court. Hey, Your Honor, I did not buy it.
Your Honor, I did not buy it. He didn't buy the shovel.
That alone, I'm like,
this doofus thought that he can probably get away with this just by
his rap name is
I'm like, Jill,
he was gonna hide it all in his raps or his whatever music.
I wouldn't even need, if I was judge, I wouldn't even need nothing else. Oh, you going in slammer? Goodbye.
Let's deliberate now.
Yeah, he like I said, there's just nothing to defend him with. Like I said, the only thing you can do is look at the individual pieces of evidence, maybe find small holes. That's probably going to be the only argument, is that there's so much time
they can do.
Yeah, from 1010 onward, they're going to argue that there was so much time going on. We really don't know exactly what happened. So we don't know, did Celeste leave? Did the cops even look for other cameras day and night to make sure she didn't just go out the window or leave again? Did they look? You see what I mean?
Okay, but what time did she arrive?
They did or didn't.
What time did she arrive? 10:10?
Wait, I thought house 10:10.
And then what time? I thought he sent a message at 10:10.
No. She arrived at the Hollywood Hills at 10:10, and he sent the text message saying, "Where are you?" at 10:30. And then the brief said that she was already dead by this time.
Yes, exactly. So that's not even enough time for you to OD. What drug would she have OD'd on?
Correct. I mean,
And
In
that,
those 20 minutes.
and in my personal opinion, that's where they get the 20 minutes from. That's where they got she died allegedly and within 20 minutes from the Uber ride arriving in between of her calling. That's where they get the 20 minutes from.
Yeah, because she never responded to any text messages after that. So one can
Right.
surmise that she was not alive by then.
correct.
And I think that he only did that just to show if he was ever to be looked at. What an idiot. I mean, to show that he was, texting her and probably trying to put his location elsewhere. Like, dude, are you kidding me?
Yeah, he did everything like a fool. And I think the real funny part is because when people learn what Itami was, then they start wondering maybe that's what he's doing. And there was a curiosity. What if he really could pull it off? And now we know he fucking can't.
Well,
This
in his
is
mind, he
like,
thought he could have.
see, he had too much internet and TV access. That was the damn problem. And my thing is, what else I was going to say? This is like a bad horror movie in real life.
And
But
it just seems like he was isolated for a reason, right? When it adds up.
as
Too
big of a
isolated.
fan, as big of a fan and as into it as much as he was with the gore and all that, he did all the stupid things that a criminal should never do. Like, he just like did all the dumb things. It's like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
What he going to say? He going to blame it on AI and Chat GPT? Because
What, for
that's the
the
new
images?
thing now.
Yeah.
They better
No,
check
he can
history.
he can try, or he can still change his plea to insanity if he really wants, but
I think he's
it's
gonna end
not.
up being guilty.
But here's the thing: insanity means he has to admit he committed the crime,
Right.
just that he was in an altered state. Something was wrong with his state of mind. He would not have understood right from wrong at the time the crime was committed, and therefore he will just go to psychiatric care instead of general population. That's basically it.
And all that goes out the window based on the actions that he took subsequent after, right after.
Yeah.
There's
And
no
that's
insanity
also-
there. That took planning.
Yeah.
Well, let me remind you guys that there was a video that came out where David, whether it was jokingly or if it was for real, David admitted that he did have mental health issues. Let's watch this
Oh
video.
yeah,
Well,
I
no,
remember you playing that video.
He
Mhm.
stated that, yeah.
Into the forest. I remember the last time a YouTuber went to the forest. Hey, Logan Paul, hey, my boy. That surgery will probably give me mental problems. I already got him.
So right there, he says the forest will probably give him mental problems, and he said, "I already got him." Right? Whether he was joking or he was serious, he made.
He knows something was wrong with him.
Yeah, his obsession with gore.
I already got him. Give me more.
And then also, not only that, but at the second part of this video, he basically was admitting that if he were to ever go out, the way that he would choose to go out would be by electric chair.
I already electric speed.
Give it to him.
I'm trying to electric for him. I think that's the best way to go out. Electric chair.
Nah,
Yes.
that's too easy. Let him rock.
Whether it's low voltage.
And let's hunt him for the rest of his life.
Oh, I'm sure that she shows up in his dreams every night.
When I'm long gone, I want to hunt some people when I'm long gone myself. So I'm all up for it. Shit.
She got a list.
Yes. It's already in the works. They don't even know it.
This is one of the reasons why I don't want David to get the death penalty. The reason why is because if this is one of his fantasies for this, for all of this to play out, for him to be found guilty, for him to get the death penalty, he has this weird obsession with Celeste, right? And
right.
He even has a song called Afterlife. And so this is basically, like, you guys remember there's a part in that song where he says, "I'll love you from the afterlife." Right? And that's like a reason why I don't want to see him get the death penalty, to be that much closer to Celeste that much sooner, if that makes sense.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
I get it.
It seems like there's a special place in hell for him, though.
I think so too.
And right. And even if he long gone, I don't want him seeing nothing afterlife but nothing but horrendous things for him.
Yeah, you know what? Because if he gets life in jail, right, he's gonna be a low offender criminal. You know, he has no other priors and all that. He most likely will get accustomed, and then eventually, over time, he'll get special privileges because he's gonna be well behaved and all that. So he'll be living fine in there.
I mean, that's
That's why I wouldn't want, you know, him to stay like LWOP. I would want him to get the death penalty.
I understand.
that's possible. I mean, I don't know like how it works after the sentencing and once he serves his time. I don't know if he'll be in segregation for the rest of his life or if
No,
they'll
they won't do that for the rest of his life.
put him in general population. But I honestly don't think that if he were to move to general population, that he.
I
would
don't think he's gonna last.
I don't
Yeah, I
think.
don't think so either. Can we be guaranteed that he'll be bullied every day?
Like,
Right.
dude, look at him. Look, you know, he looks starved.
He's not built for that.
He-
He ain't built for that life.
yeah, he's just not built for, you know, the life he forced on himself. That's true. He's just
And this
got.
will probably take him to the bank. This will probably bankrupt him. This
Oh, yeah.
defense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
then he'll
but-
be begging for people to put money on his books.
Because his 3 lawyers cost more than his net worth
Oh yeah,
Look at that.
for this case.
he's
Yeah,
probably,
and remember, most of his money was coming from Interscope. They could have been paying his rent. They were paying for his rides, his flights. So the
Yep.
lifestyle he got used to isn't. A lot of it wasn't coming out of his pocket. He's not going to
Right.
have that.
Because what I found out was, and I didn't know this until recently, I forgot who it was. Somebody put it out that he came out with a few MPs. Interscope didn't accept that, and he had to rush and work with certain people to put out an album because he owed that to Interscope. I didn't know all that, but I forgot when you're signed and you got those deals, like you got to put out a certain amount of albums and all that stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a contract you signed.
So it seemed like everything was going the speed of lightning. You know, he allegedly did what he did to this girl. Then he got to put out an album to satisfy his contract. Then he got to go on a war tour, which I never seen before. Like somebody put something out and you tour the next day. Like that all that stuff was insane. It was too much going on, even for me. And it's not even my situation.
Mhm.
I couldn't keep up. I was like, this is too much.
I
David
think that it was
still-
business as usual until the charges came through. Like until the evidence was coming out.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
And
once the
according
charges
to the
came
numbers.
through, he was dropped.
Well, we know that he stayed in that house in the Hollywood Hills for 7 months, and probably nobody knows if he ever exited that house and got a chance to breathe or walk the Hollywood streets or what.
Well, allegedly, some people said he went out to the movies a few times, and
I heard that.
that's all I heard. Right?
What's her name from LA Mag, the YouTube channel? She actually knew David was out in Hollywood Hills months ago.
She did. There was I remember SF either put a tweet out or did an interview, and then Lauren Conlon came out the next day and said, I heard that he's possibly in the Hollywood Hills or Beverly Hills.
Yeah, she said he had it on good word that he was already in Beverly Hills. Or Hollywood Hills.
And that was a thing for a long time. And I'll be honest with you, that was something that I heard even before SF and Lauren Conlon had mentioned it. But we were trying to pinpoint exactly where, and there were a few places that we were thinking that he could have been, and the whole thing about him like potentially being in rehab. So there were a few like residences that we were looking at, but unfortunately the one that he was arrested at was not one that we came across.
Wait, real quick. Somebody said if you guys were on death row, what would be your last meal be? Me, it'll be Chick-fil-A or a seafood boil.
Turkey chicken.
A seafood boil is not bad.
I would want some of my aunt's cooking because she can cook.
Oh, nice. I like that.
You're gonna have to make that 2 plates then, because then I'm gonna want to
You're both on the death row.
damn, but a seafood boil is not bad.
Yeah.
Now,
But-
When
I'll
he
be
was going out in LA, do you think he was like going out like with the disguise? Because he has a very unique look.
Honestly, I think
Because
he
he
could
did
blend in.
change his look.
Well, because remember, the whole reason anybody knows anything about him now is because he's being charged with just about every serious felony on the books. I think he honestly could have, especially if he only went out at night. I think he could have easily blended in.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably like especially at night, nobody's really paying attention. Everybody, doing
Yeah.
their own thing. Now daytime, yeah, everybody seeing everybody. So
Yeah.
And for those of you, maybe people didn't know this, but if you look at Hollywood Hills, those tall, bushy walls are the bushes. They're everywhere.
right.
Yeah.
I've been out there. That's almost all of it is like that.
They're
He
very
could even
private.
go out late at night. No one would know.
Right. Or walk a dog down the street.
Yeah.
And
Because
they're
like,
big
oh yeah.
mansions.
Because the neighbors did say that they never knew they was next to David this whole entire time.
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat's just dropping their last meal. It's like, God damn, making me hungry.
A Japanese snack box. Now that sounds good. Those boxes be good.
Something with curry chicken, macaroni pie, deep fried sushi. Oh my God.
And for dessert, I would want Oreos.
Right?
Have you ever had deep
Yes, I
fried
love me an
Oreo?
Oreo.
I love
Right.
Oreos.
Or a
Have
key
you ever
lime
had deep
pie.
fried Oreos?
Huh?
Have you ever had deep fried Oreos?
No, I haven't. No.
You don't know what you're missing.
It is
Oh my
so
God.
good.
I love
That
anything
is-
Oreo.
Deep fried Oreos are the best Oreos you've ever had. You
Yes.
just don't know it yet.
Especially at the fair. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Where in Florida can I go to get that?
You guys don't have fairs?
Probably.
I'm
I'm
screaming.
sure they do.
We have two out here. We have the OC Fair, Orange County, and then the LA County Fair. And that's where you see them bring out the works. when it comes to-
Yeah. Fucking turkey legs the size of a small child.
Yep. Mama
Yes.
Yep.
That's how you
Right.
damn do it.
And
But-
peas.
But for my
Tamales.
dessert, I'll probably do a key lime pie or a cheesecake.
Wow.
Mhm.
Man, I
key lime
can't
pie,
wait
too.
to get death row. Y'all eat good.
I'm screaming.
Have you ever had the key lime pie from like Key West, from like from where it originated from?
No.
Where's Key Line? I don't even.
It's from Key West. I heard it originated in
Oh, Key
some
West.
restaurant in Key West. Yeah, and it's delicious.
I believe it.
Yeah.
That shit sounds good though.
Alaskan berry.
Weird.
Wow. Hold on. I saw one arroz con gandules with pastels and roasted turkey with gravy.
That sounds good.
I don't even know what the first one was. Arroz con gandules. What is
That's
that?
that's like rice and not beans, but like the green peas, I think it's called.
Oh,
Yeah, the
Yeah,
green peas are
green beans.
guandules. Yeah, it's
y'all.
usually
Yeah.
done together with like yellow rice, and it's delicious. I was in Puerto Rico a couple last month, and I had some there, and it was the bomb.
Damn. I need to go out and travel. Try all this food. Y'all making me hungry. It's 1 a.m. over here, and for I want to know
It's 4 a.m. where I'm at.
for
Yeah,
all
I
of
didn't
you,
realize that.
all of you guys that are not in Los Angeles, I want you guys to drop what time it is where you're at. I want to know what time it is where everybody's watching.
Well, I'm on the East Coast with Adam, so same with me 4.
4 a.m.
Because I'm in Philly.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm in Miami, so it's 4:09 here.
What are y'all doing up on a Tuesday morning?
Well, I'm off. So
Well, we're here on the chat.
I'll go back to work until Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
You invited us, Joe.
Yeah.
Right.
I work from home, so I'm good.
Thanks. Just rub it in. Just rub it in.
Oh, if you could be a nurse from home, you would, or what?
Look, if I could be a nurse from home, I would absolutely do it.
I'm about to say
telehealth calls.
I'm about to say in Pennsylvania you can now because now we're a multi-licensed state.
Really?
Mhm. So now anybody can work from home.
Shit, I gotta move to.
Wow.
That's the best.
Gotta get out of LA. It's too expensive out here.
Yeah, it
Oh,
sucks that
okay.
Cali is not a multi-licensed state.
Yeah. Well, Cali
Yeah,
is
this place is just a whole set of problems. Really.
Cali is the strictest when it does come to nursing.
And
right?
it's Cinco de Mayo already
Ooh, happy Cinco
Oh,
de
that's right.
Mayo.
That's right now.
on a
It's
Tuesday.
Cinco de Drinko, right?
On Taco
But
Tuesday. Fuck yeah.
Exactly.
but this is a
That's
sad
like a
day
twofer now.
though.
No,
Why?
you guys, this would mark the 1-year anniversary of the day that Celeste Rivas Hernandez was brutally dismembered, right?
But it's not our fault it's on Taco Tuesday. Like, I don't think you should
I'm
take all
screaming,
that away
Joe.
from us, okay? Like, two things
How
can be
dare
true
you
at the
take that
same
from
time.
us?
I'm hollering, Joe, like I want my tacos and my margarita, okay? But
I
RP
think
to her.
I'm absolutely going to enjoy some tacos on Cinco de Mayo.
Absolutely. I
It's-
got taco carts all over the place out here.
Look,
I just hate the fact that everything is like kind of coming full circle with all of this now.
yeah. And plus,
Dude.
look, we haven't even heard of the people that testified because I'm sure
Right.
tons of people testified that are going to attest to the smell, to the excuses that he gave around the dates that he unalived her for them not being able to come over. You know, it's
Especially
like,
the manager.
yeah, yeah. Well, the manager doesn't really have to see him in person. He can manage from anywhere. It's
No, no,
just like,
no. No, what I mean, he had to testify for like 2 or 3 days straight of this situation.
yeah.
who hit David's manager?
Yeah.
But I'm sure that he's testifying like to his knowledge of her and her age because she was seen at concerts in a setting where he is more likely to be. Stuff that went on at home, it would be more with his friends, I think.
No, I'm gonna tell you what happened. So allegedly, the manager was questioned. Something happened,
At the
and they
grand
was
jury, right?
and they was wondering why David's manager didn't call 911, but they didn't say
Yeah,
like
why you
something
call the
happened.
cops?
Right.
Really?
It just didn't come out
Yeah.
yet.
You remember that, Joe?
So let me find an article because the way
I didn't
it
know
was-
that.
No,
The-
I remember because I'm wondering the same thing right as she's saying it. Because supposedly he testified, and on the way out, he was saying that on the phone, and somebody from TMZ overheard it and said that he was asked why he didn't call the cops, and he said, "I don't know, I just wanted to get on with the tour."
He
But we
wanted
don't
the
even know
money.
why he was asked that question.
So here, this is the article from TMZ, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to see if we can make this bigger. And it says here, record exec appears before grand jury. Why didn't you call the police? So it says the president of David's touring company was grilled Monday by a deputy district attorney in front of a grand jury on why he didn't call the cops. A grand jury, okay. Rob Morganroth, the general manager of Mogul Vision, David's record label, is also the president of Zara Brothers Travel, David's tour company. We've learned Morganroth testified all day Monday before the LA grand jury, and at one point, with a half a dozen people in the hallway, Morganroth came out of the hallway and was talking to his lawyer loud enough so others could hear, and he said, referring to Beth Silverman, the deputy DA presenting the case before the grand jury, she was very pushy on why I didn't call the police. He went on to recount how he responded. I said, I feel like I didn't have the responsibility to do that and just wanted to continue with the tour.
That was the quote, yeah. And I'm still wondering what the hell was the question.
Like what
Wow.
happened?
So I was reading an article, and this was from this was from East Bay Times, but unfortunately I have to pay for a subscription. And in the wording here, right? The wording was very odd, but this could have just been the way this article worded it. But what I remember reading in the East Bay article was it basically asked, why didn't you call 911 or why didn't you call the police after you discovered the body?
That would make sense.
But then why would he respond, I just wanted to move on with the tour if it wasn't when they were on tour?
I think it was my responsibility. That's a weird one.
I didn't.
I
think
don't know.
Yeah, that leads me to believe that it was probably something that happened during the tour. Maybe she was like ODing in probably one case, or I think it's probably a question related to when she was with him during the tour.
But then again, no. He had to be doing this is She was way past dead by the time he went on tour.
Yeah, but could the question be related to when she was still alive during something that happened
Right.
during the tour before that?
No, it wasn't a tour. He was just doing shows. He was just doing regular shows.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully it was like one of the shows when she was still alive, because if it's after the fact, that looks it still looks extremely horrible.
Yeah.
Well, he said, I said I feel like I didn't have the responsibility to do that.
Yeah.
Like look after. Yeah, that is
I
a
don't
strange
know.
response.
I don't know.
Was he saying that, like, well, she wasn't my responsibility, that there were other people there that were responsible for her? Or
Especially if David's parents was there. That's probably what he could have be referring to,
Or
because
maybe when he found out she was a runaway.
or unless he's seen something outside of that, he's really not. It's really not his responsibility. Davis is really his main responsibility.
Yeah.
correct.
Well, also, here's another thing, like which tour? So as
Right.
far as we know, this investigation goes back to September 2023, even though they knew each other when she was 11, so sooner than that. But this goes
Right.
back to, right, or a little bit sooner than that, 2002 or maybe. So the investigation goes back to 2023. What other tours were going on?
So, a question in the chat from 808 TV says, why does he need two managers? That's a good question. I mean, I don't know why he needs two, but I do know that, like, Josh Marshall was the one who was, like, helping him get all, like, the deals and stuff. And Rob Morgenroth was responsible for his, like, day-to-day activities. So whether it's, like, planning all of his car rides, booking all of his plane tickets,
The
ensuring
shows.
that he
Shows like a
had
tour
his show
manager.
on time and scheduling his interviews and appointments on time. That's why he had like a road manager basically, which was Rob, and then he had his business manager, which helped him like solidify all the deals and stuff.
Which represented the label, right?
Correct. Both Rob and Josh were both a part of Mogul Vision, the handler, basically. Yeah.
And Joe 2.0, you are right, because I forgot he did tour with Scissor and all them at 1.2. I forgot about that.
Okay, so we don't even know what tour that was. So you could be right. It could have been about sooner than that when she ran away.
Yeah, because that's what how you would think. That's not my responsibility. That's not my child.
Yeah.
Which is kind of
Makes
wrong
sense.
anyway. But
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. It's frustrating because there's still so much mystery left. We don't have enough evidence.
yeah,
Right.
Right
It's
now.
so tricky. Right.
yeah. Like I don't blame the parents or the friends unless there's evidence. Because at the end of the day, he's a grown man, a grown ass man. His
And he
parents
knew
are
what he
not.
was
He
doing.
knew what he was doing.
Oh,
He
yeah.
was living in a whole other state. Your parents are not all up in your business asking friends for their IDs and stuff unless you are a minor.
Well, and they also had mentioned too that when it came to the parents, that as soon as he moved to LA, he wasn't really like close to his parents, or he kept a fairly like private life from his parents.
I'm not
So-
surprised, because it's like once you become an adult, your parents can't do
Really
but so
stalking you.
much. They're not going to know what you're not willing, or you're willing to tell them.
Yeah. And you're going to accept what they tell you, but you're not going to sit there and be like, without any evidence, this is not, true. They could probably ask what her age was, and he's like, oh, no, yeah, she is of age. I've seen her ID. What are they going to do there? Beat him because
Because
she's
he did,
not.
because when they questioned Asia about it, because Asia was the last, female to be around him before all this hit the fan, because she was on tour with him. They DM'd her personally about the whole situation. She said the same thing. David told her allegedly she was 18. She said she showed her IDs too.
Well, multiple, right? Not just one, but there were multiple.
Right.
And that was such a weird story to me because why is David holding her IDs plural?
And why would you
Right.
have more than one?
Well,
Yeah.
So let's go back a little bit too, right? When it comes to the Rob Morgenroth part, because there's a second portion, or there's a second part to this day, as Rob Morgenroth exits the courtroom, right? Because Beth Silverman also mentioned that she was going to serve or include a body attachment for a female witness who failed to appear in court. So they were going to issue a body attachment to force them to come in and testify. And until this day, until the day that TMZ kind of put that out there has been no discussion, no talks about who that person could have been. And it was also mentioned that that person also had the same attorneys as Rob Morgenroth. Any ideas or thoughts on who that could have been?
Honestly, I think Beth said it was a female. Truth is, she was talking about Neo. She just knew TMZ was listening. I don't think it was actually a female. I think it was Neo the whole time.
But we saw that Neo had a different attorney when he showed up for the grand jury.
Yeah, because at one point, like you said, Joe, they did at one point say everybody had the same lawyer at first, and then come to find out some of them had different lawyers. So I don't know.
No, that could happen. Or lawyers change later on.
Right,
who knows why.
because when they first came out with that, I'm thinking, okay, David low-key purposely did that, or the label did that to keep everybody one in court on one page to try to cover up whatever was going on if they knew anything. And then I guess it didn't work out. I'm just speculating. I don't know.
In
It
an
could be
effort,
anything.
to sweep it under the rug, and then they realize, wait a minute, this is bigger than we think.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the record label would do that, try to sweep things under the rug until they realize that this is much bigger than anybody. They probably
Right.
were believing what he was saying.
Like, for example, I work in healthcare, and when I go to these nursing homes and these facilities, if something goes wrong with a patient, depending on the situation, the facility might side with the family and low key throw you under the bus, depending on what went wrong. And they
Yeah.
got the funds and the lawyers to do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's absolutely 100% true.
So that's why we have to have malpractice insurance.
Yep.
Yeah, because there's something that you just cannot defend. Especially when there's so much evidence.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, I think he's going to be convicted no matter what. That's just the optics of it.
At least for the a minor thing,
Oh yeah, because if the state can't get him some way somehow, the feds gonna come. They said the feds was there when they arrested him.
Yeah, they did say that FBI.
I didn't even know that.
Were there. FBI agents were present the day that he was arrested. So,
and it makes sense because they would be involved in the trafficking of a minor if he moved her across state lines without permission.
No,
now forget the lines.
happen.
They said that they was together in London allegedly.
That's like has my mind going like, how the hell did that happen? How do you get a 12
I'm
or
wondering
13-year-old?
if she used her cousin's passport.
Or her cousin signed off for her paperwork for the passport, because they said as long as they're adult, especially if they're related, it can happen.
And when you fly private,
because in order for the feds to get involved for all the obscenity, the fact that he put it in his iCloud that's the federal nexus, because that's something the federal government regulates.
Oh yeah.
So he could have just accessed more, and they were already watching him, and then someone said, "Aha, we got him."
Yeah, because they said they've been watching him for 2 to 3 years already in general, the state and everything.
I didn't hear that. 2 or 3 years. That's crazy.
Well, I think they were watching him since the time that they made him aware that she was 12 years old.
Right, and back in 2023.
Yeah, that's when I think they've been investigating him since.
Well, they probably had open investigations, but for the wiretapping has to be justified every 10 days in person in front of a judge.
Right.
I think the wiretapping came after her body was found.
Yeah, but that's what I'm wondering, because remember he was already being wiretapped, and then there was an arrest, and that's what I'm saying. If the FBI was at the arrest, that's why I'm wondering if maybe he went back to the iCloud for something. Maybe it has something to do with that. I don't know.
So 808 actually put a good point in the comments, and they said that what in London you have to put your passport in and then scan your face. So
I'm never leaving the U.S., dude. This is bullshit.
Yeah, because every country they do things totally different. And
Yeah.
they're changing how people into these countries because you know who's in office. So because of that alone, they changing everything.
And normally you don't like there's not that many private planes that go across the country like that.
It's really expensive
It's very expensive. You usually fly first class on a big airline and then you fly private within that country, but not across the country. He wasn't that big of an artist now.
Diddy maybe, right? But David,
well, like I said, Interscope would have paid for it.
Yeah, but that's a bit much.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there is a video where he had to call his mom and ask his mom for permission to get a private plane. So
to fly within the U.S.
But regardless, you know, I don't know if Interscope was covering all of that unless his mom was playing like the role of the accountant, right?
I will hope not, because that's too much of a risk on the Interscope company itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Unless it's business related, I don't think Interscope is vouching for that or paying for it.
I will hope not, because
there's also, so I remember hearing this in Rabbit's chat earlier. They were talking about there was one user in there by the name of Latchkey Kid that was mentioning that in order to fly overseas, you need to have a passport book. And it's been reported that Celeste had a passport card, which the Caltrans worker found in Santa Barbara.
Right.
So
you need the book because the book needs to be stamped.
Correct.
Because Mark, the shark, he was on live earlier and he was showing like the area and like the drone footage and all that stuff of where they found it.
I wasn't able to see it, so I mean, yeah, I mean, if
they said they found it near the drain.
Near the drain?
Yeah, because they was planning on, it was already in the plans out there in that area to do construction. So that's how all that ended up happening. Because if it wasn't for them, they probably missed it and they'd probably be going by then.
Well, so the question is though, right? They found the passport card in Santa Barbara, but
in July.
In January, right? January 7th, I think it was, which is very odd because January 7th also marks the day that we had the wildfires started. We had really, really bad winds in LA. Obviously different from
I remember that.
But we had that was a day that we started the crazy wildfires out here. But the question is they found her passport card. If she traveled to London, she also had to have had a
physical book,
right? And that's not too far-fetched because there was a photo of Celeste that came out that showed that she was in El Salvador not too long ago.
She probably had both, but I don't see why a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old would need two. Like, how much traveling are you doing on your own?
And then people was wondering why was she having on her person, because usually your parents will have it on them when you're underage.
Mm-hmm.
So, which is why I think that her family held on to her passport book and gave her her passport card to use as an identification card. And
why? How would you get at that age a passport card anyway?
I mean, they're fairly cheap. I think out here, I mean, I don't know if it's the same everywhere, but I think it's only like $160.
But don't you have to be of age to get one?
Oh, I mean, if her parents were taking her to El Salvador, then you know it was a family trip. So,
they will need her. They will need the book for that.
Correct. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm speculating here, but they probably just, you know, everybody in the family got a passport book and a card.
Yeah, because her family is not from the U.S.
So they would for sure have the book. I think the card is just for like when you're entering like through cruise ports and stuff, that you can use the passport card and like going through like the Canada border and stuff. I don't think you can use the card for international flights like that, like to her country.
I will have to see what. Oops, hold on.
Unless it was fake.
But then again, I don't know because, like I said, every country do things differently. Some will. It's their rules, and it could be
I
anything.
just think she had too many documents for being a minor.
Yeah, that too. That is true because David
It's like
shouldn't.
I'm a grown man and I don't even have all those many documents.
I'm hollering, but allegedly David should never had a hold of none of that information though.
I mean, unless there was a way for them to forge a passport for her, I think that, you know, she carried the passport card on her person the day everything happened, and he
Right.
took everything, including her phone, and tried to get rid of it.
And more to my point earlier, why did David have multiple IDs of Celeste, plural? Remember, Asia
Right.
says she saw more than one.
Yeah.
And my
I
thing,
think he probably had it to, in case he was ever questioned about her age, because maybe it was a question that a lot of people had. He could be like, "Oh no, look, this is her ID."
but
So
my thing as a woman, if a man come with me all with all that, I'm gonna look at you sideways because why do you have that on you? That's weird.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why? Who else has your driver's license? You see what
Yeah,
I mean?
because I have all my stuff with me. Nobody ain't having nothing of mine but me, unless you're my husband. N- Nobody ain't having my stuff but me.
yeah. So to further clarify, it was January 17th, so it wasn't January 7th.
Did I lose you guys? I can't hear anything.
Oh no, I can hear you.
Can you hear us? Maybe exit, come back in.
Yeah.
Exit and come back in, Abraham.
Text it in the chat.
Yeah,
Streamer just kicks people out sometimes. This thing's
Yeah, it can act funny and weird.
Yeah, but
A lot of people don't use it because they say they don't like it because it be acting funny. It be tripping.
yeah, it does sometimes. Yeah, he'll be back. But
that's a
far
good
as
point.
her,
Val's
so as far as
pen.
this case, yeah, I think we're basically at a standstill right now, just wondering what's next.
Yeah, Val's Panda said, and who knows if she didn't take it. She said that her kids know where the important documents are. That's possible too. Okay, so before we go on,
wait, hold on 1 second. I was about to say my parents never told me where it was because like it was they wasn't paying all that money to keep replacing stuff. But continue, Jeff.
That's true. That's true. I didn't know where my parents kept my passport. Till this day, I don't even have that passport that we had. We traveled to the Philippines when I was like 16. So never even seen
this question. What do you think he did with her fingers? That is a good question, but it's for the court, it's not as important because they're arguing that he's concealing his for exactly how they phrased it. Forgive me, that is case, but yeah, they want people to believe this is somebody other than Celeste, but she's probably going to get identified by DNA. Her mom will probably testify. I think I have to look at the Marcy's Law protections again to make sure, but I think mom can actually refuse to testify. I think that's one of those protections, but she should testify because the state has to justify how they figured out who Celeste is. If you're gonna, just logic. If you're gonna say that was Celeste in the trunk, you got to prove is Celeste. So they need to offer something. That's why I think mom will testify at least.
Night Sky Fire says, if you travel internationally, you 100% teach your child to take care of their documents.
Yeah, that makes sense. But we just don't understand how apparently none of us know those laws. And we just don't understand how she. Yeah.
Right. And like I said, every parents are different. My parents, if you don't trust your kid, because your parents know you the best, if they don't trust you, you're not going to have them on your person. They're going to keep it until you're an adult and then they'll hand it off to you. That's what my parents did. They didn't feel like spending the money to replace stuff. You get it when you're an adult. And that was the end of that.
So it's just
Dental records were indeed used to identify Celeste, and I think they were used early to identify her.
But they need a match. They need a DNA match somehow, unless they already had something on the system somehow.
Right, because the Epstein situation, for example, they said allegedly they removed the victim's teeth and everything so they wouldn't be identified. Because that's how they identify victims and or whoever passed.
I ever heard that. That's fucking crazy.
That's why Epstein had a dentist room in his house.
Wait, but whose teeth did he remove?
Allegedly, they said they was removing certain teeth out of victims' mouths so they won't be identified.
Oh my God! That's
Because
crazy.
when you if you get killed or you pass or whatever, your dental would tell them who you are.
Yeah, that's how they can identify you. Fingerprint, dental records.
I did not hear this. Wow.
I've never.
This is all news to me, and it's
Yeah.
almost 2 in the morning.
Yeah, because they showed pictures like during the summer. Last year they showed pictures of the rooms and they had face
Wait.
masks on the walls and stuff.
You're talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yep.
Because I've done intense research on him, and I've never heard that.
Yeah, it came out on the news. They showed
I know
pictures.
he had massage rooms and all that stuff.
Yeah,
like in
and
his
they
house here.
You know, I actually do remember hearing something about dental chairs. I had no idea why, though.
Yeah,
This
they
is the
literally.
first time.
You could look it up on YouTube and everything. They showed it literally on the news. It was international. It was on the news and everything.
Because during his trials that was in evidence.
But they showed it on the news. They showed all the pictures on the news. So
wow.
Viking woman said, "My son just took a cruise to Mexico with friends and one adult parent. He just used his school ID and birth certificate. Nothing needed to be notarized from me or his dad." So, I mean, that kind of creates just, a ton of questions, right? That we probably will not even get answered. So, I mean, if it's just that easy for your son who's 17, still a minor, to go on a cruise, I mean, how easy could it have
But
been?
wait, cruise to where?
Yeah. Mexico.
Like crews have very different guidelines as well.
Right.
That's why you can use the passport card on a cruise. That's what they're like very easy for.
808 said, "Not London. We don't play here." All right. So really quick before we wrap it up, we have one last video, and this is of Murad Murali. And basically, this is a video stating, hold on, let me just remove this comment really quick. It says, "The David private investigator is very concerning." And obviously, this is basically talking about Steve Fisher, the private investigator who was hired by the homeowner when this case broke. So let's see what he has to say.
That private investigators and what they are relaying, are they just convoluting and confusing everybody? Because if you and what your findings are not corroborating with what the prosecution are saying when it comes to the court hearings, then we're just going to end up confused. Also, I'm going to stop doing intros and outros when it comes to talking about David and Celeste and this whole situation in this case. I'm just going to get straight into it, if you guys have noticed in my last few videos, because I don't want to be sitting here talking about, hey guys, subscribe and click that button and tip if you guys wish to, when we're talking about a minor who was in body bags. I just think it's ridiculous. So if people don't subscribe, then that's absolutely fine. It's really not that deep. But anyways, for example, Mr. Steve Fisher was, hell-bent in the past couple of weeks, stating that, Neo was involved for the past couple of months, one of David's friends, and Neo got a lot of backlash. Now, I'm not saying that Neo is innocent. I'm not saying that any of David's friends are innocent or his own parents. People are definitely going to go down with him, but David is the main one to go down, which is what prosecution want. But Steve was hellbent that Neo was directly involved and that Neo was the one driving the car. He was the one who helped orchestrate all of this without actually any kind of concrete evidence or anything to support it. When the prosecution came out with all of the information, they said that David did this all on his own, that David was the one driving the car. He was the last one driving the Tesla, which is completely different to what the private investigator was saying. So
you guys, really quick, I'm going to step out really quick to grab a drink. You guys continue to just watch, hang out. I'll be right back.
Questioning where your findings are even coming from. Then Steve is basically now, talking about how there is a specific image of Neo in the front car, or that it looks like him, despite the fact that the picture is extremely blurry. You can't tell who it is, and you can't actually identify that it's Neo. Also, if the prosecution released that, what makes you think the prosecution are not going to say that it's Neo? Of course they're going to say that, but evidently nobody was at the front in the car. It was just David. He was the last one driving it. And so here, I think that Steve is convoluting stuff, confusing stuff, and I don't know where he's getting his findings from. For example, now he's saying that apparently Celeste wanted to return the ring that David gave her, but he didn't want to take it. Celeste was trying to break free from him. According to Steve Fisher, this is what he was trying to do. I'm not sure why she'd want to return the ring that David gave her. Perhaps they were in an argument. Perhaps things went on. But also, where is he getting this information from as a private investigator? I'm not really sure. But I think that we just need to be wary of anybody. This is why I'm talking about, lawyers or somebody who's a psychiatrist, coming and diagnosing. We can psychoanalyze somebody from our own opinion and perspective. But I'm not going to sit here and diagnose the man. I'm not a qualified psychiatrist. But also, lawyers are allowed to give their view. They are lawyer. They've passed the bar. But what I'm saying is, let's just hold on to all of that until the trial actually begins, so we can see which way it could swerve and go. And because I feel like everybody just will come to their own findings. People will just believe those findings, and then the prosecution say the complete opposite.
Really quick, you guys, I don't mean to interrupt, but we have 94 likes on this live. Is there any way that you guys can help me get up to 100 likes? We've been on for 3 hours. You guys, do me a favor, smash that like button. Help me get this video to 100 likes. That's all I ask. I'm not asking for donations, no money. Just like the video.
To what these predictions are, to what these findings are. And then we're just confused. Then we're all just like, wait, hold on now. Because I was so sure that Neo was involved based on his findings. Neo also got arrested because he refused, for the grand jury, and then he eventually did. And so we thought, okay, damn, Neo is number one right there with David. Neo was basically carrying the body. Neo was the one that, ordered the chainsaw. Neo was the one who was holding one. This is what it came to my mind, that David was literally doing this with other people. And I was shocked to read that David was the last one in the Tesla, the only one basically in the Tesla, and the only one who carried this out all on his own.
Put a 1 in the chat if you at one point thought Neo was the person who drove the Tesla. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he was the one who drove the Tesla. Put a 3 if you think it was David, and then put a 4 if you're still not sure.
But all the stuff that he's saying, I agree. Because
he's not wrong.
He's dead on, because it's like that video that he says that you can make out whoever's inside. No, the hell you can't. I don't even see a person.
I really don't. I think that's a self-driving Tesla. We don't know what the hell we're looking at in that video.
It is a self-driving Tesla, but the only reason why I think somebody's driving it is because the window is cracked, which is probably because of the overwhelming smell.
That makes sense.
There was a photo that they posted on Reddit that they basically like freeze framed it, and it looked like somebody was like covering their nose. It was like they were pinching their nose.
That makes sense.
It makes sense, yeah, but I don't know how you get that from that. You can slow that all you want. I don't think you can make out whoever's inside.
Yeah, I've tried multiple
That's a little
times.
far-fetched.
But then again, they might have technology to be able to get through the whole footage. I don't know.
Well, then Steve better put out the technology.
I mean, not him. Like, I'm talking about Beth and them. They might have some.
They they won't do that, and I'll tell you why. Anytime something is enhanced,
yeah,
that's now a copy.
Oh, okay.
Our courts have rules, not necessarily against copies, but the rules of evidence. We understand there's a risk every time something is copied that the integrity of the original is lost.
Yeah.
So every enhancements like thermal enhancements, stuff like that, AI enhancements, especially, those are treated like copies. So the rule is, if there's an issue with the copy, if there's an issue with the copy, if it's going to prejudice the trial, then it gets scrapped.
Yeah.
So that changes. What's up?
No, I think it gets let in very rare circumstances.
I'm gonna.
No, they can copies aren't specifically inadmissible, but the issue is what are you admitting it for? So if you have thermal cameras, by example, if you're showing a thermal image of a person, you're saying it's the suspect. That's not going to stand by itself to prove the suspect. You need something more. Now, if you're going to say, if let's say you're using multiple cameras, some of them are in color, some of them are thermal. Okay, so you can combine all the different images to show you're tracking this person that was shown in the thermal image. Yeah, but you see other context comes from other evidence, but you can't just throw a copy. Like you cannot just use an enhanced video or photo and throw that up there and say this is the guy, because sometimes the enhancements, because they altered from the original, that can affect that. Basically, the enhancement can be made to look like somebody it really isn't.
Yeah.
And our courts are well aware of that. So that's why they probably won't do that.
And I'm gonna prove exactly what you're saying, Joe, because when those photos came out, obviously I tried to utilize AI to enhance the photos to see if it could identify who the person was driving the photos. So what I did was I took one image and I ran it through ChatGPT, I ran it through Gemini, and I ran it through Grok to try to make the picture clear, right? And these were the results that it pushed out back at me. Okay, you guys, I want you guys to brace yourself.
Oh, snap.
Because
it was the bonnet. It was the bonnet.
I'm screaming.
I look, these results that AI kicked back to me, I'm just gonna say are diabolical.
Joe, you're
It
gonna
just
scare
looks
me.
like
You
smoke.
scare me.
No.
Is this it?
I don't know.
I was about to say, I don't see nothing.
I don't see anything.
No, what you guys are looking at right now is the image where they said that it looks like somebody is pinching their nose.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like a block.
I don't know what you can see, but here is the image of the first AI generation, right? And this is I honestly tried to do this so it would make a proper photo, but this is what it dished out. Okay.
Oh Lord.
I see a goat. I see a yeti.
Oh, you lying? Oh my gosh, Joe.
Hold on. Let me just take off all the photos. This is
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but then who is that?
That look like Neo.
That looks like an Asian person.
okay.
You better stop.
Oh my
Hold on.
gosh.
This was through I think Gemini.
But the window's up.
Yeah.
Why is the
Yeah,
window
that's
up?
true. Well, it's kind of cracked, but kind of not.
Hold on.
I can still see it cracked.
Let me show you photo number 2. Okay.
Oh my goodness, you're kidding.
Oh my gosh.
But I see. Okay, but look, it has like somebody sitting next to him. Oh, that is
But
so
that
creepy.
doesn't look like Neo.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Oh my god, that is so creepy. Doesn't
This
that
is
look like
scary.
Celeste next to him? Look at the girl next to him.
I'm
It looks
screaming,
like
not
Celeste.
Celeste.
Bitch, I have goosebumps.
DJ See No
Tony
Evil.
Montana.
So DJ See No Evil in our chat. So basically the very first photo that we're looking at right over here is a photo of a car with the windows rolled up, and it looks like a middle-aged white gentleman who's looking away from the camera. The windows are dusty, and you obviously cannot make out who this person is.
It looked like an Asian to me.
That person's like need to be focusing straight because
I'm screaming. He looking on to the side.
You gotta drive to the side.
Right?
I'm hollering.
The second photo that I shared is a photo of the Tesla that has a window cracked, and the driver this time looks like they're Asian. The funny part is that there is another person sitting in
That last, that's her spirit. I see.
Child, this is scary.
Oh my god, and she's also looking away.
Okay.
Well, now he's looking dead at the camera.
Okay, but this next one, I want to say takes the cake.
I'm scared.
If it's somebody with a bonnet, I swear to God.
No, I mean this one just, you know, all of these photos after trying to just get a clear picture just told me AI is not going to do much. And obviously we don't have the same technology that law enforcement has, but running it through AI, through Grok, through ChatGPT, through Gemini is not going to help you. You know what I mean? So here
Right.
People think that enhancing an image is like how we see it in the movies. It's crystal clear after they zoom in. No, it doesn't work like that.
So,
Yeah.
I want you guys to brace yourself for this one because
Wait. Hold on. This is a Flo Joe exclusive. Okay, go ahead.
Watch, it's gonna be Snoopy in the car.
No. Look, y'all are gonna. I'm telling you, you guys are gonna jump out of your seat when you
If
see
it's
this.
Hello Kitty,
Oh,
my
Lord,
God.
I'm not ready.
It better not be Hello Kitty.
It's nothing crazy, but the point of these examples is to show you guys that AI is not going to help you out to try to identify who the driver is, at least not with the AI that we use on a daily basis, right? 1, 2, 3.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Why he in the middle of the What the hell?
Oh my God. It looks like the airbag deploted and
So
everything.
why is there a third seat?
Why did the airbag go off?
Why the car on both ends?
Yeah.
And why is the
Like-
girl from The Ring sitting next to him?
Oh my God,
This is
Yeah,
scary.
fucking the Tesla
When
with
they
a
get in the
sidecar.
accident? I missed
Oh
the
my
chapter.
God. That is crazy.
So this is to prove to you guys that you guys, not you here in the chat, but I'm just saying.
Well, he
people-
still look kind of Asian.
People need
I thought it was the guy from Friends.
You do look like that low key.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Somebody
I
said,
swear,
is that
if they
Rob?
brought
Yeah,
that into
from
court, I
Friends.
would have died.
Oh my God. That is so funny.
They're losing it in the chat. That's funny.
I was like, you know what? Wrap this up.
He's guilty. That's it.
I tried
Listen.
I tried to get AI to help, but
Oh, they helping you, all right.
Throw conspiracy theories out there.
I
Being
learned
a whole
very
comedian.
You gotta save this. Like, show that to Rabbit in the future.
I'm
'cause that's
screaming.
funny.
She going, oh my gosh.
I got goosebumps when I saw somebody a feature of a girl sitting next to him.
Yeah, that was scary.
That was scary.
I had to back up a little bit.
this one.
Yeah, I
so
need to.
this guy. Somebody make sure that this guy's okay too, right?
I'm not okay. He
Someone
split
make
in
sure
between two cars. Like, what?
That is just wrong right there.
No, like it's a Tesla with a sidecar.
Yo, AI be effing up. It be showing some crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wouldn't give that to AI. How the hell would they know?
This basically told me that, you know, like AI is not going to help you. It's not going to show you anything. So
It will give you a good laugh.
Sure would.
But you know, but this is just to say, please don't use AI to try to help clear up any photos that or the video, because it's not going to help.
I didn't even know
anybody-
people was doing that. I'm
See, I don't think anybody drove that car after she was in there. I think that he took it out of the garage because the smell was becoming too prominent, and he kept moving it, you know, different
Because-
spots, thinking
Right.
that the fresh air would, you know, people wouldn't be able to identify where it was coming from.
Because remember, they was live streaming in July of last year. They was all in the house, and he brung up the smell. And I remember David was talking to Neo about the car, and he asked Neo, did he move it? And he was like, no.
Yeah, he wouldn't allowed anybody to move it, or else they would have known, because that's not a smell. I mean, I've never smelled it, but I've heard it's something you cannot forget, and you know it's something different.
Because no, he wanted Neo to move it down the street. He could have lied to him and told him anything, or not told him and just moved the car.
Shout out
Just
to Goal, who
because.
sent me the video of David at the airport calling his mom to take the private jet. So let's watch this.
Random bag search, so with nothing in our bags. And now we're currently either getting our bags and going home, are going to a private jet where we can also go home. See you guys either in Houston or Detroit. She said, go for it. She's so gangster. Send it. So we're now doing a private jet for an obscene amount of money, but we're going to do it for Cali. For you, Cali, we do anything. Te quiero mucho, mi hermana. Arriba, out.
No, you could have stayed where you was at.
Listen now. Trying to talk Spanish.
Nobody want to hear all that.
Arriba. What does that mean? What are you?
He don't know. He don't know
cowboy?
what the hell he's saying.
A Mexican cowboy now?
I'm screaming. He don't even know his damn self.
I had no idea what that meant.
Just saying
Ironically,
anything.
the date on this is 9/7, which is Celeste's birthday. So it's very odd.
I
That this
wonder.
is something on that date as well.
That's a mess.
Wait, from 2025?
Maybe 2024. I'm trying to find a video.
Before all these reports came out, I felt like, I didn't have enough to say that he actually did it. But now it's like, there's no doubt in my mind that he did it.
No.
And how he did it.
No, Adam, I felt the same way. At first, I thought, because celebrities, they have so many people around them. So at that time and moment, that could have been anybody, with his stuff. Like anything could have happened. So I didn't point the finger. I never heard of him prior to that.
I never knew who he was either.
No disrespect, but I'm 31. Like we're not the same age group, generation, everything. That's for the kids. And I don't have children myself. I could have known of him if I had children and they was a fan of his, but I don't have kids. So I was like, I was lost. That's all I could say. I wasn't even pointing anything. I was like,
I just refuse to believe that somebody would be that dumb to leave this person in the car that you've been associated with and her being a minor. Like, I just couldn't accept the fact that somebody's that stupid.
No, you want to hear about stupidity. Listen.
Oh, and behold.
Right.
This was a robbery on camera somewhere out here way back. All right. This dude went to Circle K and he hits up the clerk with the gun and he tells the clerk, give me what's in the safe. And he says, only the manager's got the key to the safe. I can't do anything. So this guy wrote down his phone number, said, okay, when the manager comes, you call me. Okay. Don't fuck it up. All right. And this is real shit. This is exactly what happened. So the robber leaves and then the clerk called the cops while the guy was gone. All right. So then they called the guy back, told him the manager's here. The deputies were waiting on him. How's that for stupid?
You're kidding me.
I shit you not, friend. It's a real thing. It's probably out there on the internet too. It was on camera. You watch the whole thing from overhead. Shows up with the gun, puts it in the guy's face, and kid's got his hands up.
That was one hell of a trip.
Child, even set her off with Queen Latifah was better than that.
That's a
no. I found one. No, I found one that was even funnier though. Have you ever seen those gas stations where it's just a lone kiosk? It's just a lone desk. It's a real small room.
Mm-hmm.
You have seen those?
Yeah, like small towns have those, right?
Yeah. Okay. So it's a gas station like that. And this is years back before cell phones. All right. Now the girl working inside, she's on the phone, and this guy showed up with a gun outside the glass, and all she does is turn sideways in her chair and keep talking. And he's getting frustrated because she's not paying attention to the gun. So he actually, to try and scare her, he shoved the gun into the small window for where you give your cash.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And he kept pointing it at her, trying to scare her some more. And all she did was take the gun away and keep talking on the phone. And he ran away.
He's my spirit animal. Yes.
That's crazy.
Well, she probably knew that glass was bulletproof. She's like, what are you trying to do, boy?
Like, give me this.
Give me that damn
She
gun.
did not give a shit. And he was banging on the glass too. He was freaking out, trying
That's
to get
probably
her
like a regular
attention, and she
Tuesday
just
for her.
snatched
I would have peed my
I
pants.
know, it was like she did it before. It's like it wasn't even the first one today.
Right?
That sounds like Philly though, because Philly out here in Philly, everything is bulletproof glass.
Yeah, a lot
That's
of
So
those
crazy.
gas stations
we
are.
like if you go to the Popeyes, it's the same setup. Everything is bulletproof
Well, that's.
glass.
I
They
also
have
am going to tell you though,
Popeyes.
every Popeyes is in a bad neighborhood.
Not
I don't think the
Domino's,
church
Popeyes.
is.
all of
Sorry,
them. Cause they be
no,
shooting so much out here. You know the crime is crazy out here. So
dude. The shittiest place. Well, one of the shittiest cities I've ever been to was Chicago, and the Burger King. I had to get buzzed into the Burger King. Like
yeah,
it was built like a bank. And no, hey, shit, you gotta look at this. So there's the first door, you can open that yourself. And
right.
then you have this space, it's probably about 6 feet. It's like a 6 foot cube in every direction. That's the ceiling's a little tall, about 10 feet. Okay. And then you gotta get somebody's attention, then you get buzzed in. And then when you go up front, it's like a bank. You have the bulletproof glass. All your exchanges are through a drawer, like you're in prison.
Yeah, because all our
Right here.
well, some places call it corner stores, but out here we call our corner stores poppy stores. Like New York calls theirs the bodegas.
Bodegas. Yeah, the bodegas in
Yeah,
the Bronx are just like that. You gotta be.
right.
You gotta be
Everything you
buzzed
can't
in.
even touch a bag of chips. Like everything is behind a glass. You gotta tell them if you want a bottle of water, a pack of cigarettes. Like you,
Yeah, after a
mm-mm.
certain time, they do that. You can't go into the store. They have to grab stuff for you.
It's like that out here in LA. We got a Jack in the Box in downtown LA. It's all bulletproof glass everywhere.
But have you ever gotten a cheeseburger from a drawer?
Yeah.
I have.
I got a Popeyes a spicy box through the drawer too.
I have.
I
I
like
have.
Popeye.
And a box of pizza through the drawer. I'm used. That's the life out here.
I want to show you guys a video really quick, right? And we're just, we're going off on a tangent here, but I think this video is worth watching, right? Because some of you guys may or may not know, but David actually had a party at his house the night before he went on tour. So let's take a look at
When did he go on tour?
July 29th.
Oh my God, that body was smelling then.
Ooh.
So if you can imagine, if Celeste was in his trunk and that Tesla was anywhere near the house, it's very possible that house smelled. But I want you guys to notice the party that took place at David's house. Watch this.
So sad. Yeah, this is what I vlog on. Guys, this isn't my vlog, but we're at some random rich nigga's house.
So here you can see David, right? And there's going to be a part in this clip that you guys see that you guys are going to recognize if you guys have been following this case very closely.
Something.
So boring.
You guys remember this? You guys recognize this?
Oh
photo?
Lord. Yes.
Oh, this.
Exactly, Joe.
So
There's
this
a
is
slight delay on my end. The audio's fine. The video is slightly delayed. So that's why I'm responding to everything late. Yeah, I recognize this photo though.
so that photo, there's actually video footage of this, right? And now you can't find this video on the internet because the person whose vlog this belonged to, they removed it.
I heard they were scrubbing, and I remember the picture. I just didn't know it was a video of it.
Yeah, this is the video right here.
Guys, I love her so much, bro. Like, but you don't even know this guy, like him, even Neo, David, everyone.
Where's the music in this party?
That's why they so bored.
I know.
No food, no music. I'm out of here.
I would have been.
So there's also this part too. Hold on, let me see. Right here. I gotta make sure because this one will lag.
Shocker. I'm gonna get one of you guys. You would never know. You would absolutely never know where we're going. We are about to get food. What is on the menu? Chicken wings, water. Who needs water? It's a hydrate. We're trying.
Water.
So I think this part right here, this part of the video was shot at David's house right here.
It's cold.
So this is in his kitchen of the mansion house right over here.
But my thing is, how are you cold and you in Cali? Unless the temperature was low.
Oh, that actually happens once in a
Yeah,
while.
it gets
Oh,
cold
okay.
there.
Like,
But you know,
I used to live in upstate New York. We don't get cold like that down here, but it does get like today. It was windy and we have rain clouds all over us. We're getting rain here and there.
Oh,
Yeah.
So when
really?
the wind picks up, it is icy.
Okay, because in Philly, it was 82 degrees out today.
Oh yeah, not in Cali. It was gloomy as hell. Probably like
It was 91 here.
maybe as high as like 60, 65 out here, the highest.
I just know when you get to the mountains, it be snowing and cold out there. I know that.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Uncrustable.
That's great.
Doesn't taste like this.
It doesn't taste that good? Oh, what? I'm rating it. You live most of your childhood? Cool. Tastes like every other dish.
Look at him.
So
Is that Neo?
No, this is Trent Kim. I think he's a DJ from LA, and you can tell that this is David's house because you can see the big 4 in the background.
A DJ with no music?
I'm
He's
screaming.
here.
The night
He's not
off.
DJing here, but
He must have.
this was a video that was seen at his house. So
I think he had cleaned up because people would have been complaining about the smell if it was actually still lingering in the house.
See, I've been like, oh, child, you can't take me nowhere. You couldn't take me there. Cause I've been like, why it smell like it would have been the whole thing? They was like, get out of here. They would have threw me out. Oh no, get her Uber.
Where's the music? Goodbye.
And the snacks.
So you
and
can
it's
imagine-
funky up in here.
You can imagine though that David must have went out of his way to ensure that the house didn't smell, right?
And he probably moved the car down the street.
Yes, that's why I'm sure he did it. That's why he was parking it blocks away, so you couldn't identify it.
And sometimes the car was in the neighbor's backyard too. That's what they said allegedly.
I heard that it was like in different spots.
Because
Like they were just moving it around.
Because the people behind the house, they said they turned in the evidence and proof of showing that the Tesla was in their backyard sometimes, where they said they buried the dog and they thought the dog was smelling.
Yeah, they went to rebury they had to bury the dog again because it smelled so bad. Yeah, I remember that.
But when it was towed, how come the tow guy didn't smell it?
I don't know.
Tow truck drivers don't smell good either.
They be funky. You could just look at them like they,
Or
and they
maybe-
probably like they be quick. They throw that car right on that mother effer and be zooming.
Yeah, and it's not a job you have to shower for, so
right.
that makes sense.
Very.
How many weeks was the car in the tow yard before?
I don't even think it wasn't even a week, right?
No,
I have no idea.
The car got towed on September 5th, right? It was ticketed a few days before that. I think it was ticketed on the 3rd. And then it was towed on the 5th, brought to the tow yard. And then on the 8th was when the smell was reported to be really bad.
Yeah, so I mean, he must have smelled it. Probably whoever called the tow truck must have probably told them about maybe it's the dog that smells.
Huh.
Yeah.
And then David said that he went to the bathroom. That's what the smell was, coming from. I'm like, dude, if you go to the bathroom and it smells like that, then you need to go see a doctor.
You need to go to the emergency room.
You need to go see some doctor because
I used to say that
you're having some issues.
You gotta see
So
a
remember
butthole
at
specialist.
remember
a
at first,
gastroenterologist or something.
I'm screaming because remember when COVID first hit and mostly the world had to wear a mask, and I was like, if I could smell your breath through the mask, you need to go to the hospital.
No, throw out that
Something
mask.
is extremely wrong.
Yeah,
Very
throw out
wrong.
that mask, you cheap son of a bitch. Like at work, they were handing them out.
Well, and now, luckily now, right, we don't have to live in a place where we have to wear masks every single. I mean, unless you're in the same field as I am, right?
I see people here in Florida all the time wearing them at 7-Eleven.
Yep.
At Target.
Right. The crazy part about it is out here, we still had to wear it to this day because the flu and COVID was going around at the same time. And it seemed like it's out here, personally, every year it's a clue. When you get the flu or COVID, you get everything at once. Like, it's real scary.
I
We
wore mine all the
protested
time.
out here.
Goal said it was reported on the 8th to the police by the tow yard employees, said the Tesla smelled and flies were all around. So the flies was probably what the dead giveaway was.
Yeah.
That
But I
says,
wonder if the flies were where it was told from.
Oh, and remember when they was all in his house last July, Asia was complaining about the spiders, and they found spiders all over her body.
Are spiders usually attracted to corpses, though?
Now that I don't know.
I don't know that. Because if those are the kind of spiders we got down here, we got more problems than I thought.
Yeah.
Flesh.
Like, I'm not one of those that's afraid of spiders, but when spiders are evolving, we need to do something.
Oh no, I don't play about spiders, insects. We out here we get water bugs. They look big as roaches out here. And I don't
You
play
get
with I
fireflies.
don't play with nothing that crawls and got a mind of its own. It got to go.
No, what's cool is you get fireflies. We don't get those out here.
Oh,
I think that's
yeah.
something people have to see in person or they don't understand.
As
Like
long as
a fly
spiders,
that glows at night.
I've seen them before.
as long as the
When I
spiders
would go
are not as
camping.
big as the ones that you see in Australia, because I heard
Okay.
Oh
Them
my
things be
God.
taking over houses and everything. I was like,
I
you can have a house.
know.
I'm out of here.
I got stories about those.
no,
You
I,
have
I met
people
a
like
guy from
outside.
Australia. What's up?
You have people outside afraid to go back in their house with the spiders.
Yeah, they don't open the door after 5 p.m. because they're waiting. They wait in the shade. That's
You
how
know,
they
that
get in your house.
reminds me of those movies back in the
Arachnophobia.
day. Remember in the early 2000s, they came out with those big giant spider movies? Oh, Lord. Oof.
Arachnophobia? Yeah.
Never liked them since.
I met a guy from Australia, and he's from the Queensland area. He said if you go to step on those spiders, you got to do it quick. Because if you take too long, they'll bite the bottom of your shoe. And they could bite through. Yeah.
Nightbat said those spiders are wearing Nike shoes.
I'm screaming in a Nike Tech set, okay?
They were in
Nah,
the
no, they got those. Remember those pumps? What was it? Reebok did where you pump the basketball.
Oh yeah, I remember those when I was a kid.
That is too funny.
You look at this. If you want a nightmare before you go to bed, like one more about those spiders. I knew somebody who he visited Australia, and for some reason they said you can sleep in the van, but don't go outside at night. So he happened to wake up in the middle of the night, and he could see them all over the windows.
Oh hell no!
He can hear them walking. He hears them walking all over the van. He just hears little clicks here and there, like all over.
No, thank you.
Yeah, because they come out at night in large numbers like that, and that's why he was told don't go outside. There you go. Try to sleep with that one in mind.
Oh, thanks a lot, Joe 2.0.
I don't know if I'm gonna sleep tonight, to be honest with you. I don't know.
I'm hollering. I don't like none of that. I'm not a nature person. I don't like camping and hiking. That's too nature for me.
Yeah, keep me
I'm a
indoors.
city girl.
Yep. All right, you guys, we're gonna finish this video and then we're gonna wrap it up and call it a night because I got work tomorrow.
Me too. Oh no, not until Wednesday.
That is what the prosecution found. And that is what we need to trust and believe, whatever they found. So my issue isn't people giving advice if they're lawyers or investigators, but it's just that it convolutes and confuses everything. And having covered the P. Diddy trial extensively last year, I'm trying to learn from that. Do you understand? I'm trying to learn from preventing the convolution of stuff. Hopefully I'm using this word convoluting properly because the way it's just come to my head and I'm using it. Please, no dictionary is around next to me. But do we think that Celeste, apparently wanted to return the ring? That, this is what she wanted to do. She wanted to return the ring. I don't know. But if we look into Steve Fisher, guys, clearly people have done research and in regards to him. And they are really upset over the fact that when it comes to other scenarios, or other specific cases. There was a court case where he's suing someone for accusing him of essay in his photography business and exploitation in his PI business. The family of the missing girl he helped looked for outing his lies as well. And Reddit comments talk about how he's known to post for sensationalism and views without actual first-hand knowledge. Now, this sensationalism, a lot of reporters, content creators, investigators are going to do. Unfortunately, that is in nature. And as viewers, you guys have to gauge what person is doing the sensationalism far less than others for you want to feel like, yeah, this person seems to be authentic. That is, unfortunately the game. And, let's just be real about it. That is the game. And I also do believe that, creators, reporters, they should get paid for what they're doing. And if they're sitting here reporting on this case, that's no issue. But there's a way about how you do it and how you document and go about it. And so it's more so, the court case where he's suing someone for accusing him of essay. And somebody of a family of missing girl he helped looked for outing his lies, where there seems to be multiple Reddit links and threads about his recent behavior. Also in a case about Sebastian Rogers, somebody says is highly concerning. So this is interesting because there's no issue with him stating his opinion. We're all entitled to our opinion, but then when you state something as a fact, when it's not a fact, it just convolutes and confuses us all. I'm genuinely bamboozled that Neo was not the one driving the car. I genuinely believe Steve Fisher firsthand that Neo was directly driving it. He was on the phone with David. He was there. And poor
I
Neo,
completely agree with him.
Thoughts?
Well, I get what he means because I've read about that a little bit by Steve Fisher. That case got dismissed though. So, but when it comes to private investigators getting involved, I am always skeptical. That's what happened with the Sean Combs case. Private investigators got involved and they went straight to witnesses, and that's arguably witness tampering. So I am skeptical of them. And I also don't pay close attention to just about anything Steve does, because what is the one statement of fact he gave us? The last time the car moved is July 29th. Where's the rest, though? We've been waiting. We waited this long, and everything we know is really the evidence that was produced by the state. And Steve even said he probably doesn't know anything that the state doesn't already have.
I mean,
Yeah.
unless he has subpoena powers, then I don't believe like what he says because I don't see proof of it.
Hey, Whitney, what's going on?
He's just speculating like the rest of us. Like that's all we can do is speculate.
After the video came out and the reaction from the public was, I don't know what I'm looking at. It's always possible that maybe Steve held out with releasing the footage because maybe it was just really hard for him to determine who it was too, right?
But you can't see anything in that video. There's no way that video by itself is not going into evidence for any reason.
Well, but also, maybe on his end, I'm not going to speak for Steve, but if I'm just outside looking in, maybe there was speculation that maybe Neo had some involvement.
And then plus the state could have other videos. We just don't know it yet. I'm like I said, I'm new to the whole private investigation part, like in general. Like I never really knew what they consist of or anything because I'm not trying to make it about me. I'm just using an example. I had one reach out to me one time because me and Joe is a nursing, and I've talked to somebody about it, and they said that as long as they're not police or the state, you don't have to answer to them.
You don't.
And they was like, get a lawyer over top of that if the state and and the police do reach out to you. Yeah, because
you don't
I'm
even
like,
have to answer cops. Remember that.
Right, that too, because like I said, I was like, I didn't give her really any information because you could impersonate and be anybody. So, and this was all over the phone, and the private investigator never came to my house. Because our licenses and certifications is public records. Anybody can pull up that information. So, like I said, they never came to my door, but they reached out to me phone wise. But I'm like, you could be anybody. So I just left it alone.
Yeah, private investigator they don't have any powers to, they just speculate and go based on like, yeah, they may get a couple of people to talk to them, but that's not for sure. That's not guaranteed.
Right.
Anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I don't watch Steve Fisher's interviews unless if it comes up on Rabbit Show. That's the only time I've seen any of them because
Yeah, me
he
too.
doesn't say anything.
Mhm.
And according to him, he was held in contempt, and that's probably why. This is the way he talks.
And it's,
He's
I guess the stuff he was putting out.
because he makes
Well,
them out to be fact.
well, and for contempt, that just means you're not answering the questions. The grand jury gets to decide that, not Beth Silverman.
Right.
So if he was held in contempt, that means the grand jury decided 14 of 23 people decided he was not being truthful.
Oh wow.
Wait, so he testified in front of the grand jury?
He
Yes.
says he testified twice, right? Right, Joe?
Right.
Yep.
He
Twice.
did.
Yeah, he said he testified twice. So if he's playing word games with the grand jury, that explains why he was held in contempt.
Oh, that's not good.
No, because that's why he's not going to be at the trial. Because the only defense for David really is not just that the evidence is irrelevant, but the government is forcing it to make sense. And if
Right.
you give the defense a witness who was held in contempt, he'll get absolutely scolded on cross-exam. And I don't know that it would be enough to sway the jury and convince them that he really didn't commit any of these crimes.
Yeah,
But
he's irrelevant to the case.
yeah, but this whether or not he's relevant, just the state should not take the chance that Steve goes to trial, gets scolded like that, and actually, even just remember, you only have to sway one member of the jury, then it's a mistrial, and then the government
Right.
has to go again. That's not a
And
true victory, but at least he wouldn't be in prison.
right, Joe, because they
Mm.
only get one shot and that's it. So, and then I
Who gets
never
one
heard.
shot?
Right. And
So,
I never heard of Steve Fisher until this case happened. I heard, like, I've seen mixed reviews and everything. And like Joe 2.0 was saying, unless Rabbit plays his stuff besides that major interview he had with that other streamer, I don't be seeing his stuff anywhere else.
yeah,
I
I
don't
will look
know.
for it.
Well, I do. That's I follow this case very closely, and I will say that it is because of Steve that the entire public has been kept informed on anything on this case, right? Whether it came out in the brief or not, Steve has been there since day one, poking and prodding and keeping Celeste's name alive. And
Right.
a lot of us are going to disagree with the way Steve has carried out, some of the things that he's done on this case. But also, could you imagine if Steve just wasn't here?
Right.
We
Like
would
I don't
still
have
be right here.
like
That's the thing.
I'm sorry, like in my personal opinion, like I don't have nothing against him because I don't know. I'm just like
Yeah,
I'm
true.
new to him, so I don't have nothing against him to like feel no type of way. I'm just sitting back and just soaking it in and just learning. That's all with me personally.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion about him either. I just, whatever he says, I listen to it, but it's not like I take it
Every
to be
word.
factual. Yeah, like
Right.
dude, all
He
he's
almost
been able.
never he almost never says anything factually though. That's the thing.
He
That's the
just said that
one
he's gone in the house.
yeah.
He saw a chainsaw or something. It's
Right.
stuff that people already knew. I think.
Yeah, there's and like he even said himself, he probably doesn't have anything the police don't have, but he would have turned in everything anyway. This is part of how he operates. And that's cool. And maybe there are one or two videos that he turned over and that the cops didn't have because they had to call him to the grand jury for something. They can't just guess and guess he's relevant. There had to be a reason to believe he would have seen something. So maybe he did find, like I said, at least one piece. But like I said, I promise you, if he goes to trial, he's going to get scolded.
Maybe he's been able to talk to somebody in the family. and her family.
I think he's mentioned that he hasn't been able to speak to anybody, but I mean, I don't know.
I about to say, who knows?
Yeah, who knows, right? I mean, there's probably a lot more stuff that he knows that we don't. And we'll never know. We'll never
Is he
know.
working for the owner of the house that David used to live in?
He was hired
Yes.
by the homeowner, yeah.
Oh, and that house had cameras, so maybe that homeowner has all the videos and stuff. Maybe he shared it with Steve.
He did. He did because they said that they gave the information. Well, first of all, the house was under the manager's name. He was allegedly sending him money to rent out to David because the homeowners didn't even know who David was. They thought the manager was staying in the house. They didn't know David was staying in the house. So they reached out to Steve Fisher. Because they said they gave the camera information to the manager if they want to view whatever or look at anything back, because it's a whole third party they use for their cameras.
Yeah, I mean, Steve also mentioned too, though, that when the tenants moved in, not Josh, but David and whoever, they had control over the camera footage. So it wasn't anything that
right.
the homeowner had in his possession. I think it was just after the fact, so I mean, we don't even know if they were able to retrieve that footage. I'm talking about like David and his people,
right,
when they moved out.
Because it never came out of anything of that sort yet.
Antonia, thank you for becoming a member of the Inner Circle. Thank you so much. I totally forgot that we've had some people who supported the channel tonight. Coco Mom,
woody woo,
20 gifted memberships. Dang. Lenny Smith became a new member, and then Wellness Wisdom. I wasn't even able to shout you out, but thank you so much for your 99-cent super chat. We appreciate you. And then Antonia, welcome to the Inner Circle, you guys. Well, you guys, I think it's been a hell of a night, and actually, I had fun.
I had fun too, hanging with the Joes and Adam.
I'm Abraham, not Adam.
I mean, Abraham, child. My bad. You know who you are.
I'm like, who's Adam?
We went off the chain a little bit, right? Of course, we had to get a little laughing because of how serious, this stuff can be, right? Everybody, majority of the people who are in the chat and who are here on the panel right now, we frequently come together, and whether it's in my chat, Rapid's chat, whoever's chat, and we're talking and absorbing true crime on a daily basis. So, we apologize in advance if we shared a few laughs on the panel, but sometimes we just kind of need to laugh sometimes, right?
Yes.
It's part of our therapy.
Yes, and life is hard, especially if you're in the medical field like me and Joe. Oof.
Yeah,
and you don't want to be carrying this around all the time. I mean, we want justice for her, and you don't want to live in a doomsday all the time. Well, that wouldn't do good to her memory either.
Think about it, right? Like this community that we've built, that other content creators have built, like a lot of us, I'm not only am I a content creator, but I'm also a viewer and supporter of a lot of other content creators as well. And when they put out content, I watch, I absorb, I learn, and I surround myself in this like 24/7. So I go to sleep listening to this stuff. I wake up listening to this stuff. So
me too.
If we come on a panel and we have a little laugh, please don't blame us.
Don't get offended. It's all coming from a good place.
And all at the end of the day, all 117 people across all three platforms, we're all here after the same thing, which is chasing justice for Celeste. And I think I can speak for everybody who's here on the panel as well, right, guys?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And hopefully encourage parents to talk to their kids and make them aware of the situations of you have to. Listen to your parents.
Definitely.
Listen to your parents when they tell you this is not good for you. This is not good for you.
The world is a scary place that we live in. It doesn't matter if you're in Los Angeles, whether you're in Miami,
or London.
London, right? We have people in the chat that are from all over the world right now. When you go to sleep at night, hug your kids, tell somebody you love them, because you don't know whether it's going to be the last time you talk to them or see them or not, right?
Yeah, most definitely.
Yep.
Any last words, Joe, Ava, Abraham, that you guys want to share?
Nothing for me. I had fun here. I like being up here, and happily see you in a few hours.
I know, right?
If you encounter somebody with a bonnet, run.
I'm screaming, and I have a bonnet on right now.
Camera, prove it.
Oh Lord, but mine got cheetah print on there, so don't be too scared.
His ain't in a bonnet though. It's like a whole lawn and leaf bag.
It matches David's cheetah print sweater, huh?
I'm hollering.
Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night. Good night, everybody. Be safe.
You guys. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you guys off. You guys, we made it. There's still 116 people. We were 4 hours strong on a night that I wasn't even going to come on, but I do appreciate all of you guys. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys want to finish this video. Put a 2 in the chat if you guys have had enough. Antonio said, I agree. You be on everybody's channel. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys want to finish. Put a 2 in the chat if you guys want to call it a night. Okay. Okay, I got some ones. Let's go ahead and finish this.
There's backlash. I'm not saying that he's innocent, but he's getting backlash for things that he didn't do. Because if he did do them, the prosecution would have laid that out. Prosecution have terabytes of what David was doing. They've wiretapped the man, for goodness sake. They've got so much evidence on him, even biological. If they had anything on Neo, they would have said it there and then. They would have said it there and then, to prep for the preliminary hearing. They would have said it all, and they would have laid it out like a clip.
Thanks, preacher.
This person's involved, this person's involved, this person's involved. Do you know what I mean? Even Celeste's father came out to say we didn't take any money. But of course, Steve said that, basically transactions were present or don't quote me on that, but that's roughly what he was saying. And yet there's no concrete evidence that Celeste's parents were taking money. Do I think that the parents are incompetent? Absolutely. Do I think that David's parents are incompetent? Absolutely. But there's no actual evidence of money being, there's no fact of that. It's an opinion, but there's no fact. And so I think that there's just so much confusion with some of the stuff that Steve is putting out. And I'm not trying to discredit him or disrespect him in any way, shape, or form. I just want to sit here and discuss the fact that David was the last one driving that Tesla and that this was not what Steve was reported. So where is he getting the findings from? And that, should we continue to be guided through this tunnel by people that have led us now to dead ends? I'm just quite worried about that. And now we have to question the sources. Do you know what I mean? And we're all going through this tunnel together, guys. And it's okay to get lost, but not to the point where we are at a complete dead end and we thought that somebody was doing something and driving the car, but they're not. But then you're saying that this glitch is him. If that was him in this, pixelated picture, the prosecution would have said that. Like, why are you going against what the prosecution are saying? They are the ones who are trying him. They are the ones who've been patient for 7 months going through all of this. To be honest with you, I feel like they should have arrested him far earlier because the prosecution, the warrant, they found those things in his home back in September. So I'm not really sure why they waited 7 months, but we'll find out why as time goes on. When the trial begins, then a lot more answers will be given to us. Then we will understand certain stuff. So we can report on, what's resurfacing, our opinions. Any lawyer, psychiatrist, they have an entitled to an opinion. They, have qualifications. I'm not, saying otherwise. But what I'm saying is
Dr. Vona, you're still here? You were here the whole time? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What? That's long. You're over there on East Coast time, too, girl. Did you finish grading your papers?
I don't know. I just feel like I'm being a bit muddled up in things. I don't know if you guys are as well, and I don't want it to overwhelm us because the structure is justice for Celeste. Let me know your thoughts are, guys, when it comes to this video. Do subscribe. Oh my God, let me do an outro. Not me doing an outro, and I said to you guys, I'm not doing an outro. Look at me. Inauthenticity.
Hey, you use the same photo as my thumbnail. Cool. Well, you guys, tonight's episode was fun. I enjoyed having people up on the panel. I do want to do this more often, but I'd like to get some other people to join on the show. We can probably try to do like a call-in type show too. I got to figure out how to make that work. But we made it. We are here at the end of 4 hours and counting. Still have about 113 people across all 3 platforms, but most of you guys are probably in the chat right now. I see like 107, 102. Oh no. Anyways, you guys, that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you to everybody who stuck around for the 4 hours. I hope you guys enjoyed the guests that came onto our show to hang out. Let me make sure I shout out everybody who supported the channel. Coco Mom gifted 20 gifted memberships tonight. Lenny Smith became a member. Wellness Wisdom, 99-cent super chat, and Antonia became a new member of the Inner Circle. So we appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. Did we hit 100 likes, you guys? We did. We got 107. That is crazy for us coming on and starting a live at like 10:30. So I do appreciate all of you guys that stopped by, who hung out, who graded your papers while we were on live. Is he mad at SF? He might. I think so. Right? Ava, thank you so much for joining. Abraham, thank you so much. First Liberty's podcast is probably getting some sleep and some rest. Yeah, everybody, you guys, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. This was a fun live. I really appreciate all of you guys hanging out. I don't know when I'm going to be back. You know, obviously I took like 4 days off, but I don't know. You guys tell me, should we come back? Should we come back tomorrow and do it again or what? Put a one in the chat if we should come back tomorrow and do it all over again. We can figure out a ton of stuff to talk about. But I think it would be cool if, you know, we had a panel and had, you know, okay. Good. Perfect. All right, well, we're going to have to come back tomorrow. Goal, you're going to be there? You're going to be there? I want to have Goal join the panel. You got to join us, Goal. Do it when I'm awake. Tambo, where are you staying at? Yes, perfect. Yeah, Goal has a lot of great insight. If you guys have ever had a conversation with Goal, East Coast, perfect. Well, you guys, I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I got to get some rest. I'm sure I've kept a lot of you guys up, so I do appreciate you guys taking the time to just be here and hang out. Let me just show you guys a few more photos really quick before we go. We'll just run through some photos of Celeste. I'm just going to let the music play out and share some of the photos of Celeste that were here. Have a good night, you guys. Take care, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Can y'all spam the chat with the purple Justice for Celeste emojis before we head on out? Thank you guys. I love you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow.